Did I really transmigrate to this world just to become a human-shaped taser? I wanted to crush the heavens with a single punch. Rise to the peak of all power. All I did was drink a little too much at the graduation party, and when I woke up, I found myself in another world. Who would believe this? Okay, reincarnation is reincarnation. But can I have a slightly better starting point? The world he had transmigrated into was called Blue Star. Its civilization and technological development weren't much different from his previous world. But this place had two things that defied all previous understanding: ferocious beasts and superpowers. Ferocious beasts were bloodthirsty and terrifying creatures wreaking havoc across Blue Star. Superpowers, on the other hand, were the source of humanity's strength in their resistance against these monsters. His memories revealed that he was Xu Jingming, a 12th grader at Zhangcheng No. 2 High School. Aside from a slightly striking face, he was utterly ordinary. His superpower was an E-rank ability, weak electricity. Xu Jingming raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, producing faint blue sparks. In his old world, this would have amazed onlookers, but on Blue Star, it was unremarkable. On Blue Star, superpowers fall into 6 categories: elemental, enhancement, mental, recovery, nature, and special. At 16, individuals awaken their powers, becoming superpower users. These powers are also ranked by quality, from SSS to F, with most people awakening D or E rank abilities. Only a select few have the potential to achieve C or B rank, and those who awakened an A rank's power were considered blessed by the heavens, pursued by society, and given elite status. As for SSS ranks, those were exceptionally rare existences, sometimes only appearing once every several years or even decades. Currently, Xu Jingming was sitting in his classroom, and a new lesson had just begun. At the front stood Mr. Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 12A5. After 12 years of study, the college entrance exams were imminent. He warned, "Stay focused. Academic students, check your pens and notebooks tonight. Martial track students, ensure your combat gear and weapons are ready. Remember, the military exams carry a risk of death. If your superpower is ranked below D, do not take the martial track. You can still switch your choice until 9 p.m. tonight. Come see me if you want to change." As he spoke, the teacher's gaze fell on Xu Jingming. Jingming smiled. Of course he understood what the teacher meant. After all, among the students in Class 12A5, he was the only one with an E-rank ability who still chose the martial track. Based on past data, most students who died during the martial exam had powers ranked D or lower. Even though he only had an E-rank ability, Xu Jingming's predecessor had stubbornly chosen the martial path, and Jingming wholeheartedly agreed with that decision, because choosing the martial track still gave him a chance to fight back, a chance to change his fate. But if he didn't even dare take that step, then he'd truly be nothing more than just another ordinary person. In Xu Jingming's world, universities fall into 2 categories: academic institutions focused on scholarly education, and superpower universities that train individuals in combat and survival skills. Consequently, the National College Entrance Exam has 2 formats: the academic exam and the martial exam. The academic exam and the martial exam. The academic exam is straightforward. Students simply sit in a room and write their answers. The martial exam was a different challenge. Candidates donned combat suits, wielded real weapons, and entered a test zone to face deadly beasts. Their scores depended on the number and level of beasts they defeated. Students could choose between academic or martial tracks, but an important distinction remained. Even after awakening a superpower, they were still considered newly awakened, not true wielders. Only through intense training could they evolve into true superpower users, ready to confront ferocious beasts directly. Superpower users were ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with each tier further broken down into lower, middle, and upper stages. However, if one could earn admission to a superpower university and receive proper instruction from professional trainers, this process could be greatly accelerated. That was why the college entrance exam was such a pivotal moment. Before Xu Jingming could consider future challenges, he faced the present discrimination of his low-ranked ability. A male classmate approached, his voice laced with contempt. The teacher made it clear. You still want to take the military entrance exam, you're a bottom-tier loser at rank E. You'll ruin the school's reputation applying to a superpower university. Just take the academic exam, join a company after college, and live your pitiful life as a desk jockey. At that moment, a girl shouted from across the room. Huang Tian, stop bullying my friend. Huang Tian scowled but didn't want to waste more time arguing. He said coldly, I'll show you all who the real top dog is, tomorrow during the exam. As he turned to leave, he threw one last jab over his shoulder. You two better enjoy your last moments together. That loser's going to die during the test anyway. The girl, Lin Tianvian, looked at Jingming with concern. Don't listen to him, she said softly. Everyone has value, even if you switch to the academic track and live in the city. That's still a good life. Jingming stayed silent. In this world, his parents had been killed by monsters, and he had been powerless to do anything about it. He never wanted to feel that helpless again. That night, Xu Jingming returned to the house his parents had left him, a small home and little over 1 million yuan in death benefits. Beyond that, they had left him nothing else. So when he walked through the front door, he was alone. But fortunately, in his previous life, Jingming had also been an orphan. He had long since grown used to the feeling of being alone. He had something far more pressing to focus on, training, not just to pass the exam, but to survive it and defend against ferocious beasts. Every city boasted layers of protection, high-voltage electric grids, armed military units, and superpowered task forces. Yet nothing was foolproof. Occasionally, cities succumbed to beast hordes, resulting in massive casualties. Xu Jingming didn't want to stand helpless before such a disaster someday, but his E-ranked power was drained after only a few basic training moves. He had been practicing with a spear for 2 years, and yet his skill level was still beginner tier. However, the mortality rate among those below rank D was rising year by year. Wasn't this supposed to be a world with transmigration perks? Where's my system? Come on, save me already. Zhu Jing mumbled helplessly, and just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System activating. System successfully activated. Issuing beginner package. Beginner package issued successfully. Would you like to claim it now? Hearing the voice in his head, Xu Jingming's eyes immediately widened, and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. The system. There's really a system. After the initial shock came a wave of ecstatic joy. As someone who had transmigrated, he knew full well what a system meant. It was the chance to change fate and climb to the top. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xu Jingming didn't rush to claim the reward right away. Instead, he asked in his heart, what's in the beginner package? 200 ability points, and an S-rank ability. Violet Sky Divine Thunder. Xu Jingming felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. His eyes lit up, and his breathing grew rapid. He wasn't sure what ability points were just yet, but an S-rank ability. He knew exactly what that meant. It was one of the rarest abilities on all of Blue Planet. In a major nation like Huasha, it took 4 whole years for even one new S-rank ability user to appear. Those with S-rank abilities, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would inevitably rise to rule over region, becoming an unmatched force. Xu Jingming could hardly believe it. So if I claim the newbie gift, I'll get an S-class ability? The system confirmed, that's correct. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was his chance to change his destiny. Gazing at the glowing blue interface in his mind, he no longer hesitated and slammed the claim button. Beginner package claimed. 200 ability points added. Activating S-rank ability. Violet Sky Divine Thunder. Progress. 10%. 20%. 30%. A deep rumble resonated as immense power surged within Xu Jingming. Suddenly, violet blue lightning streaked around him, radiating blinding light, transforming him into a sphere of lightning. The crackling sound of electricity rang out non-stop, and the surging thunderlight exploded outward like a tsunami, starting from the very spot where Xu Jingming stood, swallowing the entire living room, the sofa, the TV, the coffee table. Anything the lightning touched exploded into fragments. The thunderbolts even ignited raging flames, blasting through the windows and shooting out into the sky. Oh my God. The house across the street is on fire. Call the fire department. Isn't that the house of the wicked? The explosion was so loud that it immediately caught the attention of the neighbors. Panic erupted outside as people called emergency services, but Jingming remained oblivious inside, feeling a strange warmth surging through him, an indescribable force building within. 50%, 60%, 70%. The evolution process continued. Outside, influenced by this ability, the sunny afternoon darkened as thunder clouds rolled in, casting shadows like nightfall. No rain fell, but thunder roared like drumbeats from the heavens. Within the heavy clouds, streaks of violet lightning flashed, like dragons roaring across the sky. Why did the sky go dark all of a sudden? That lightning is insane. I feel some kind of overwhelming pressure. This strange weather plunged the entire Jiang city into unease, fearing a lightning-controlling beast might be approaching. The regional commander immediately issued an alert. All units stationed in Jiang City go on full alert. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. Inside the room, Xu Jingming's evolution process was nearing completion. Suddenly, a massive purple bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky, crashing straight through the window and striking directly into Xu Jingming's body like a dragon descending from the heavens. At that moment, the thunderclouds parted and sunlight flooded the land. Xu Jingming finished his evolution, achieving 100% synchronization. The lightning surrounding him receded like a retreating tide, gradually absorbed back into him. After a moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a cold purple spark in his pupils. His ability had successfully evolved. Jingming's body surged with power as he instinctively raised his right hand. With a single thought, countless streaks of purple lightning erupted around his arm. Unlike the weak bluish sparks before, these bolts exuded a primal, violent aura that sent shivers down spines. This was the true power of his S-rank ability, Violet Sky Divine Thunder. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He knew that if one of these bolts hit a person, it wouldn't just electrocute them to ashes. However, this much chaos might have been a bit excessive. With a wry smile, Xu Jingming retracted the electric current surrounding him and scratched his head as he looked around the devastated living room. Thankfully, he had noticed something was off during the mutation process and managed to restrain the power in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been the living room that got destroyed. Despite his complaints, Xu Jingming was thrilled and sighed. After all, the stronger the ability, the greater the future potential. Right, there were still those 200 ability points from the starter package. What could they be used for? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a system notification echoed in his head. Ability points can be earned by eliminating feral beasts. They can be used to level up your rank and enhance your skills. You can view your current points and upgrade options in the system interface. As soon as the system explained, Xu Jingming immediately understood. Ability points were just like express in games. Kill monsters to level up. It was a simple mechanic, but incredibly effective. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he immediately pulled up his status screen. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, Awakened. Ability, Violet Sky Divine Thunder. S-Rank, Physique, 121, Vital Energy. Spirit, 140 Hertz. Skills, Spear Technique Basic. Thunder Flash Windbreaker Basic. Ability points, 200. The interface was short and straightforward, and the plus signs indicated which attributes could be upgraded. Looking at the status panel, it was clear that the 200 ability points could be spent either to boost his core stats or enhance his skills. So what would be the most optimal investment? After a few seconds of contemplation, Xu Jingming made his decision. Tomorrow was the physical combat entrance exam. He had to use these points efficiently to maximize his combat power. Physique and spirit were the most essential foundations. Whether it was using martial skills or controlling abilities, both attributes were critically important. With that thought in mind, he split the 200 ability points evenly, 100 into physique and 100 into spirit, and then gave the command, System, allocate the points. as soon as he clicked the plus sign on the system panel. A surge of intense power erupted within him, flowing like a mighty river through his veins, his thoughts sharpened and focused. Jingming swung his arms and threw a few basic punches to test his newfound strength. He quickly realized his control over the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder ability had significantly improved. After all, supernatural abilities still stem from a person's physical and mental attributes. When these two stats increase, the power of one's abilities also grows stronger accordingly. Clenching his fists and feeling the strength surging through his blood vessels, along with the violet thunder crackling, ready to be summoned in his hands, Jingming couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. His gaze then returned once more to the system panel. Physique, 141 strength. Spirit, 160 hertz. Both of his base stats had increased by 20 points, meaning that each one ability point could be converted into 0.2 strength or 0.2 spirit. The conversion rate was a bit low, but it was still a direct upgrade with no side effects. It was just a shame that the newbie gift pack only contained exactly 200 ability points. If there had been more, he could have gotten even stronger. But with his current strength, passing the university entrance exam for ability users would be a piece of cake. He didn't know where he ranked among the 700,000 applicants in Jiangnan province, but he was confident he could make it into the top elite tier. After all, many of the students taking the martial science exam this year had been trained by professional instructors since childhood and possessed truly terrifying strength. As an orphan, Jingming couldn't compete in terms of education and resources, but he had something those geniuses could never possess, a genuine S-rank ability. Without thinking further about the exam, he decided to head to the martial training hall to test out his newfound strength. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, loud and sudden. Before Jingming could even react, the door was kicked open with a bang, slamming hard against the wall with a thunderous crash. A group of people in orange uniforms rushed in, carrying water hoses like they were about to dive into a blazing inferno. When they saw that there was no fire at all, just a young man calmly standing in the middle of the room as if nothing had happened. The entire fire squad froze in confusion. They quickly apologized for breaking the door, explaining they had received a report that a fire had broken out in this apartment. Facing the sudden appearance of the firefighters, Jingming quickly explained that he had a lightning-type ability and had accidentally triggered some abnormal phenomena while training. But everything was under control now. After the team conducted a swift inspection of the apartment and confirmed there were no lingering hazards, they prepared to leave. One of them even offered to repair the door they'd kicked down. Just before leaving, the squad leader gave Jingming a glance and muttered under his breath, causing such a big commotion just from training. These kids these days are really something else. Once the fire squad had left, Jingming began preparing his gear to head to the training hall. Outside, a small crowd had gathered due to the incident. As soon as they saw him, someone walked over with concern. "Xiao Ming, everything okay with that fire earlier?" "I'm fine. Uncle Yang, I got it under control, that's good. You look like you're about to go train again." "Yes, sir. Just a bit more practice before the exam." "Such dedication. The college entrance exam is tomorrow and you're still heading out to train." Jingming stepped out of the residential complex, caught a bus, and then transferred to the subway. Eventually, he stopped in front of a modern high-rise building. To advance from an awakened to a full-fledged ability user, training both physical and mental attributes was essential. Only through such training could one fully unleash the true potential of their abilities. However, not every family could afford to build a private training room for their children. That's why martial arts gyms specializing in training and providing facilities began springing up everywhere. Among them, the most prominent across the entire Great Shaw Nation were Thunderclap Martial Hall and Violent Bear Martial Hall, two major franchises with branches in nearly every city across the country. Besides these two well-known names, Jiang City alone had over 100 privately owned martial halls of various sizes. But only Thunderclap Martial Hall offered free access to high school students. For that reason, Jingming had always chosen Thunderclap as his training ground. At the moment, the entrance of the martial hall was bustling with people, ranging from awakened individuals carrying weapons to fully qualified ability users. As soon as he entered, Jingming made his way straight to the third floor, the area he frequented the most. And right upon stepping into the lobby, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. It was a girl, around 1.7 meters tall, with a beautiful yet cold expression and an air of elegance. She wasn't carrying any weapons, just dressed in a simple everyday outfit. Her long, slender legs were exposed beneath a blue skirt, so fair they almost dazzled the eyes. Around her were a few stylishly dressed boys and girls, all exuding a haughty presence. Clearly not ordinary people. Jingming smiled and greeted the girl. "Sis Chi, you came to Thunderclap Martial Hall too?" Tang Chi, his biological aunt's daughter, was also in 12th grade like him, just a few months older. However, the relationship between the two had never been particularly close. Seeing Jingming there, Tang Chi paused for a moment, then nodded lightly. "I'm just accompanying some friends here." "All right, I won't bother you then. Feel free to do your thing, Sis Chi. I'm heading to the training room." After greeting her, Jingming didn't linger. He politely excused himself and walked directly toward the training area. This calm and composed behavior left Tang Chi with a strange feeling. Her brows furrowed slightly. He seemed very different from how he used to be. Next to Tang Chi, a cute girl in a dress asked curiously, her big, clear eyes full of interest. "Chi, who was that guy just now?" "He's kinda handsome," Tang Chi replied while keeping her gaze on Jingming's fading figure. "That's Jingming, my cousin. He's also in 12th grade and taking the martial science exam tomorrow. Same as us." A boy nearby chuckled and teased. "Doing your homework, huh? Don't tell me you're falling for him already. Looking for a boyfriend?" The girl named Shayo didn't even deny it. She casually admitted, "So what if I am? Is that not allowed?" "With a face like that, as long as his strength isn't terrible, there's nothing wrong with dating him. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Tang Chi said as she shook her head, as if already predicting their reactions. Sure enough, when she added, "His ability is only rank E." The sparkle in Shaoya's eyes immediately dimmed by more than half. Her tone also turned indifferent. "Only rank E? What a shame." The young man who overheard this scoffed and looked in Jingming's direction with mockery. "A rank E, and he dares to take the martial science exam? Now that takes guts." Tang Chi sighed softly. "Being brave won't get you far. With risks that high, it's probably better not to take the exam at all." "All right, that's enough of that talk," someone said. "We came to Thunderclap Martial Hall today just to check it out. Yeah, I've been training at Violent Bear for all 3 years of high school. This is my first time visiting Thunderclap. A bit of relaxation before the exam helps clear the mind. Good for both body and soul." With that, the group stopped discussing Jing'an, shifted the conversation to other topics as they wandered around the martial hall. Elsewhere, Jingming had no idea that his departure had stirred up so much chatter behind his back. At this moment, he had already entered a private training room of just over 20 square meters. This was one of the solo training rooms provided by Thunderclap Martial Hall for individual practice. Normally, booking in advance was required to use this type of room. But today, since it wasn't crowded, Jingming was able to use one directly without registering. He took the long spear off his back and gripped it firmly in his hands. First, he wanted to test his peak physical strength without using any abilities. Weapons used by ability users were typically forged by companies specializing in high-grade weapon manufacturing. This particular spear was made from F-grade alloy, its body coated in a deep, dark sheen that exuded raw power. When he gave it a slight shake, the shaft let out a low metallic hum that echoed throughout the room. But that small shake made him pause. "The spear feels lighter?" "No, it's not the weapon, it's me." His body had become stronger, making the weapon feel much lighter in his hands. Jingming frowned slightly. The college entrance exam was starting tomorrow, and right now, he didn't have enough money to switch to a heavier weapon. With no other choice, he'd have to use this one carefully. The long spear had been Jingming's weapon of choice since the age of 12. It had been almost 6 full years of training. Basic moves like thrusting, sweeping, striking, and slashing. He had already mastered them all. Inside the room, his figure moved with fierce agility. spear shadows flying like a black phantom. The air trembled as his momentum surged, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. When he thrust the spear into the power-measuring machine, a loud impact echoed as Jingming withdrew the spear, watching the metal target slowly reshape itself. A clear number flashed on the nearby digital display, 321 cal. In this world, cal, short for caler, measured attack power. Jingming felt a surge of excitement. His pure physical strength had nearly doubled his attack power compared to before. Ordinary people or even regular ability users could usually only output around 100 cal of destructive force. Before today, Jingming's unassisted strength was only about 140 cal. Then, with just a thought, Violet Heaven Divine Thunder was summoned. In that instant, his entire body seemed to transform into a thunder god. Dark purple lightning erupted around him, crackling with intense arcs that echoed throughout the room. Jingming raised his hand and casually pointed forward. A bolt of lightning shot forth, infused with violent energy, and struck the alloy target dead on. This time, the alloy plate dented inward significantly. It took nearly 7 or 8 full seconds to slowly recover its shape. At that moment, the smart display next to it lit up again, revealing a shocking number, 3012 cal. Jingming couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. An S-rank ability was truly terrifying. Its power was nearly 10 times greater than his physical strength alone. A typical beginner ability user can output about 1000 cal, but Jingming, despite not officially reaching level 1, was already showing strength comparable to a mid-tier level 1 user. Yet, 3000 cal wasn't his limit. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the violet lightning of the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder, coursing along the spear in his hand. Flash, storm-piercing thrust. In that very moment, a brilliant arc of thunder exploded within the training room. The spear in his hand seemed to transform into a black-violet flood dragon, roaring as it tore through the air toward the alloy target on the wall. When the lightning finally dispersed, the alloy target embedded in the wall had been completely incinerated. A gaping, scorched hole had formed at the center, one that could no longer regenerate. A deafening boom like a thunderclap erupted. Lightning crackled wildly, and the entire training room trembled as if rocked by an earthquake. The shock wave quickly spread, shaking the entire martial arts center. Even the floor beneath their feet rumbled slightly, followed by a sharp, metallic impact that rang out with ear-piercing intensity. A male student, startled, blurted out, "That energy, it's way too strong." At his level, he was already a C-rank mental type ability user, so he was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Xiao furrowed her brows, looking puzzled. Isn't this floor supposed to be only for high school students? All the freaks from Zhong City's high schoolers who've already awakened as full-fledged ability users, aren't they all training over at Violent Bear Martial Hall? Could it be one of them dropped by to train here instead? Or maybe a high schooler just broke through and became an ability user? Let's go check it out. That sudden shockwave instantly sparked the group's curiosity. Tang Chi and her 3 friends quickly turned and made their way toward the source of the blast. They moved quickly down the corridor and turned a corner, only to suddenly run into Jingming, who was walking from the opposite direction. Tang Chi was briefly stunned. She hadn't expected to run into him again, but she quickly recovered and asked, "Heading home?" Jingming nodded. He said he had just finished training and wanted to leave early to get in some more final preparations, though she still thought it was foolish for someone with an E-rank ability like Jingming to even try taking the martial science exam. Tang Chi still offered him some encouragement. She wished him good luck and reminded him to stay safe. Her group didn't linger. They continued onward to find the source of the earlier massive shock wave. There weren't that many training rooms on this floor, so it didn't take long for them to find the one that had just been used, the very room Jingming had trained in. When they looked inside, all 4 of them froze, even Tang Chi, usually the calmest and most composed of the group, couldn't help but gape in shock. The entire room looked as if it had been blown apart. Xiao exclaimed in shock, "My God!" Even the memory metal was shattered. Just how powerful was that attack? Is there really any high school student in this city strong enough to do something like this? A young man nearby looked horrified. From the lingering traces of energy, he could still feel the wild and violent force. Whoever did this, if they're not at least a level 2 ability user, then they must be at the peak of level 1. This guy probably used the training room just to test his power. Another person chimed in. That can't be a high school student. It's probably some rogue ability user who didn't follow the rules and wandered up to the 3rd floor, then used the training room to test their strength. No high schooler in this city is that strong. Exactly. Someone else agreed. Peak level 1. Even the capital city might not have a talent like that. There's no way a person like that would appear in Zhong City at that moment. Shaw suddenly had a bold thought. She reminded everyone that Jingming had just been there earlier. Could he be the one who did this? She wondered aloud. He's actually a genius, a hidden talent who's been concealing his strength, waiting for the college entrance exam tomorrow to make his name. Her idea was immediately dismissed by the group of boys. They told her she'd been reading too many online novels about the pig pretending to be a tiger types. They couldn't believe she'd entertained such a ridiculous thought. After all, hiding one's true strength wasn't that simple. Besides, Jingming was an E-rank awakened. If he could even reach a power level of 300, that would already be considered lucky. The hallway had 2 exits leading outside, which explained why they hadn't seen who was responsible for the destruction. One of the young men turned to a girl in the distance, Tang Chi, and asked what she thought about the whole situation. Tang Chi also believed that what they were saying could be true. At the moment, she was inspecting the marks left on the wall. She noticed the round hole in the wall and thought it looked like it had been made by a spear. She began to wonder whether it really was Jingming who caused all this, and if that was the reason he seemed so confident about taking the martial arts entrance exam. There were 3 high schools in the city. Among all the 12th grade students, there were about 3,000 in total, excluding those who were taking the liberal arts exam. There were still roughly 1,400 students registered for the martial arts exam. To transport all 1,400 students to the exam site, the city had mobilized over 40 large buses. The college entrance exam was a major national event. One by one, the buses stopped at a large open field, and the students filed out. In the distance stood an area surrounded by steel fencing. Every year, on June 7th, it transformed into the testing site for the martial arts portion of the National College Entrance Exam. The difficulty and danger of the test depended on the species and levels of the beasts present. Amidst the rubble, shadowy figures of fierce beasts flickered in and out of sight, their growls echoing ominously. "Is this really our exam site?" someone whispered in disbelief. "I think I just saw a one-horned rhino." "No way," another gasped. Panic spread as they glimpsed the creature lurking behind the steel fencing. Many students went pale, their spirits shaken, with some on the brink of a breakdown. When one student saw how terrified the others looked, he scoffed and said irritably, "So what if it's a one-horned rhino? If you can't even handle a beast of that level, then even if you're lucky enough to get into a special abilities university, you won't accomplish anything." The voice suddenly rang out from the middle of the crowd, overpowering all the murmurs and chatter. It came from a young man dressed in a light blue combat uniform, looking like a swordsman from ancient times. With a long sword in hand, several students turned around angrily, ready to argue back, until they saw who it was. Instantly, they fell silent, awkward and unwilling to say another word. Seeing this, Jingming became curious. He turned to the tall male student beside him, who had a shield and a saber strapped to his back, and asked, "Who's that guy? He talks pretty arrogantly." The tall student, named Lu Jia, had a C-rank enhancement ability with a specialty in body enlargement. He replied, "That's Chu Mingyang, from First High School." It was said that Chu Mingyang was the top student at First High. He possessed a B-rank elemental wind ability, and his power had already broken through the unranked stage, nearing level 1. Jingming was surprised to learn that the arrogant youth was actually Chu Mingyang, the very one predicted to be this year's top scorer. He couldn't help but wonder, between the two of them, who would prove to be stronger. Just then, a middle-aged man in military uniform shouted for everyone to gather and remain silent. With just a single sweep of his eyes, the entire field, once filled with chatter, immediately fell silent. "I am Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of this year's Jiang City Martial Arts College entrance exam. He announced, "Before the test begins, I need to go over some important reminders. The martial arts exam starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. The exam site is the ruined town behind me. As with previous years, this area is divided into 3 zones: the outer zone, the central zone, and the core zone. The outer zone contains unranked beasts. The central zone includes peak unranked beasts as well as level 1 beasts. The core zone has nothing but level 1 beasts and above. And in Core Zone 1, you'll encounter high-tier level 1 beasts and even level 2 beasts. Killing different types of beasts will earn you corresponding points. The higher the beast's level and strength, the more points you'll earn upon defeating them. However, he continued with emphasis, you all must understand your own limits and choose an appropriate zone to operate in. The central zone is meant only for top-performing students. You should stay within safe zones to avoid unnecessary casualties. The corners of Jingming's lips curled into a smile. If it had been before, he would have only dared to take on beasts in the outer zone. But now, not only was he confident enough to step into the core zone, he was even ready to challenge Core Zone 1. All right, we'll now begin distributing supplies. Everyone, head to your class's designated area to collect your gear. Each examinee received a backpack containing 3 items: a smart watch, which records the number and type of beasts killed and keeps track of points. It also includes a digital map of the ruined town to help with navigation. 3 compressed energy bars, which rapidly restore stamina once eaten. A safety sphere, a green ball that, when activated, generates a high-voltage electric barrier around the user. Standard beasts cannot penetrate it. When the teacher handed Jingming his gear, he reminded him with concern, keep in mind, once you activate the safety sphere, it means your exam is over. I want to stress this. Your life is the most important thing. Don't act recklessly out there. Jingming smiled and sincerely thanked him for his concern. In the martial arts entrance exam, students were allowed to form teams. Of course, any points earned from defeating beasts in a group would be evenly split among all members, making it far less efficient than fighting solo. Because of that, even students who originally intended to go solo began seeking teammates. Jingming, you're not in a group yet. Right, why not join ours? Our team is missing an offensive support. Your lightning ability would fill that gap perfectly. The one who spoke was a beautiful girl with a gentle smile on her face. Her name was Lin Xingyan, class president of Class 5. A kind, helpful person known for always lending a hand to others. Seeing her trying to invite Jingming, several students from her group couldn't help but speak up. If you want to play the good person, at least pick the right time. This is the martial arts entrance exam. Each team is limited to 5 members. If we bring in someone weak like Jingming, we'll never score high. You're going back on what we agreed on. Who would have thought he'd even dare register for the martial exam? Either way, I don't want him dragging us down. Internal disagreements quickly flared within the group. Witnessing this, Jingming politely declined the invitation. It's fine, I'll go in alone. Lu Jia and Lin Xingyan both looked at him with concern. Are you serious? Lu Jia asked. Just be careful. All right. Lin Xingyan looked like she wanted to keep persuading him, but when she met Jingming's resolute gaze, she could only sigh and turn away, disappointed. Well, at least he knows his place. A few members in her group muttered in relief. Since Lin Xingyan was the team leader, they hadn't wanted to outright oppose her. Still, letting an E-rank like Jingming join the team would have definitely dragged down their average score. Jingming, however, was confident that with his current power, he could achieve a high score all on his own. Soldiers pulled open the gate to the ruined town as Wang Haiyang stepped onto the platform. The 2037 Jiang City Martial Arts Entrance Exam officially begins. Examinees, enter the test site. At his command, over 1,400 candidates surged forward. This time, I must stand out. My goal is Jiangnan Ability University. With expectations and dreams in their hearts, the students, clad in combat gear and wielding various weapons, sworn into the ruined town like a massive wave of locusts. Amidst this boiling atmosphere, Jingming also drew his spear and charged forward with the crowd. The ruined town resembled a gaping maw, swallowing all the students whole. The once bustling field outside was quickly emptied. All surveillance cameras in the town and UAVs above were activated to broadcast the martial entrance exam live across the Great Shan Nation. Martial arts held the highest esteem here, and each year this exam was aired nationwide. It wasn't just monitored by the Education Bureau, school principals, and homeroom teachers. It was also shown to 10th and 11th graders in schools throughout the country. Though the ruined town had once been a mere village under Zhang City's jurisdiction, its area was vast. With over 1,400 students entering, it only felt crowded near the entrance. Once deeper inside, they dispersed like a drop of water falling into the sea. Jingming picked a direction and moved forward with his spear in hand. Activating the smartwatch on his wrist, immediately, a translucent blue screen appeared in front of him with a prompt. Please verify your identity on the smartwatch. Unfazed, Jingming placed his left thumb on the screen, verifying fingerprint. Verification complete. Candidate: Jingming, grade 12, class 5, Zhang City, No. 2 High School. Examine ID. In the upper right corner of the interface, two small display boxes popped up. One showed Jingming's current score, and the other displayed the Zhang City Martial Arts Exam Leaderboard. Rank 1. Xu Mingyang 7 points. So fast already. No wonder he's the top student at First High, Jingming thought. He's already killed a beast. Looks like it's time for me to get moving too. On the digital map, Jingming's current location appeared as a white dot near the edge. He was still far from the central zone. All right, I'll head straight for it. He adjusted his direction and sprinted toward the red zone on the map. He hadn't gone far when he spotted a student lying motionless on the ground. As he approached, he realized the student was seriously injured. The safety sphere hadn't even been activated in time. This was exactly the kind of tragedy his teacher had warned him about. A chill ran down Jingming's spine. If I didn't have an S-rank ability, my end might have been the same, he thought grimly. He quickly contacted the support personnel to help the injured student. Though worried, Jingming didn't regret entering the exam. After all, opportunity always came hand in hand with danger. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Catching Jingming's attention, he turned around and saw a beast covered in jet-black fur, its eyes a pale amber orange. If not for the blood-stained claws and razor-sharp fangs, it could almost be considered a beautiful creature. It's a shadow cat. They were fast, with sharp claws and teeth, and a bite force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Many examinees had lost their lives to shadow panthers. Jingming immediately realized he had fallen right into its trap. Jingming immediately recognized the identity of this monster. It was a type of creature extremely common in the wilderness. Of course, common didn't mean that a dark cat was easy to deal with. On the contrary, the fact that they were so widespread only proved how well they adapted to their environment. Upon spotting a human, the dark cat let out a bloodthirsty roar, then bounded forward on all fours toward Jingming. The scent of fresh flesh stirred its appetite, making it rush forward even faster. Normally, awakeners facing a monster for the first time would panic. However, even though this was Jingming's first real encounter with a dark cat, his expression remained completely calm. The dark cat closed to within 3 meters of him, then leapt high, claws outstretched, aiming straight for Jingming's head in a vicious downward strike. If that blow landed, his head would burst like a ripe watermelon. But just as it lunged, Jingming quickly sidestepped to evade. He had studied the guidebooks thoroughly and, with the enhanced stats granted by the system, his speed was now impressive. Having missed its prey, the dark cat grew even more furious. It began to growl, baring its razor-sharp fangs at Jingming, its blood-red eyes locked onto him as it prepared for its next attack. Jingming readied his weapon. According to what he knew, these monsters were classified as pressure beasts because they could emit a powerful, oppressive aura that often overwhelmed first-time awakeners, reducing their combat capability to less than 30%, or even rendering them completely unable to fight due to fear. That's why Before the martial arts college entrance exam, families with connections would often hire professional ability users as bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness, helping them get used to fighting monsters in advance. Jingming, of course, didn't have such resources. Before the exam, he had assumed that if he truly encountered a monster, his body might instinctively react negatively. Yet when he faced the dark cat, he felt nothing at all in response to its savage aura. In fact, he was as calm as ever, precisely calculating the trajectory of the dark cat's leap. At the perfect moment, he thrust his spear straight into the creature's body. Bright red blood gushed forth like water from a burst main artery. It was said that most awakeners needed several battles to overcome the fear of facing such powerful creatures, but some people were simply born immune to that oppressive aura. It seemed he was one of those rare cases. With a sudden pull of his right arm, Jingming used the momentum to yank the spear free from the dark cat's neck. Thud! The creature's body hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The system score counter instantly updated. Successfully eliminated a level 0 dark cat. Plus 3 ability points earned. Monsters are classified from level 1 to level 9. Creatures below level 1 are called level 0 monsters. If it weren't for the system notification, he might have forgotten that killing monsters granted ability points. Seeing the plus 3 points appear on his system panel, excitement welled up in his chest. This meant that in future battles, if he earned enough points, his strength could grow even further. Still, earning so little from killing this cat was inefficient. He needed to get to the central area as quickly as possible. Jingming had no prior experience fighting monsters and had originally planned to stay in the outskirts to get more familiar with combat. But since he didn't have any strong reaction to a monster's aura, remaining in the outer zone no longer held much meaning. So, he gripped his spear tightly and dashed with all his strength toward the central area of the ruined town. Compared to Chu Min Duan, who wielded a wind ability, Jingming's speed was average. Nevertheless, he steadily defeated monsters along the way. He took down a level 0 iron-furred boar, earning 5 ability points, a level 0 dark cat for 3 points, and a level 0 dark cat for 3 points, and a level 0 one-horned rhino for 6 points. In his battles against these monsters, Hua Gonmai never once used his ability. He wanted to train his spear techniques and accumulate combat experience. After all, against these level 0 creatures, using the S-rank Violet Sky Divine Thunder would simply result in instant kills, offering no real training value. Moreover, the rarer the ability, the greater the energy consumption. His previous E-rank ability, Weak Lightning, could be maintained at full power for over 3 hours, but his current S-rank ability, Violet Sky Divine Thunder, would probably last less than an hour at full output. It had to be remembered, the Martial Arts University entrance exam lasted a full 12 hours. If he exhausted his ability too early, by the time he reached the core zone and faced mid to high level tier 1 monsters, he would have no other means of attack. That was why he could only refrain from using his ability for now, saving it for the core area. Additionally, after each battle, Jingmin could clearly feel his improvement. These fights built upon one another, rapidly sharpening his combat sense and spear skills at a shocking rate. In particular, his spear technique was becoming smoother and more natural, to the point where he could wield it freely at will, a sensation he had never experienced before. He suspected he had unknowingly achieved a breakthrough in spear mastery. On a cracked, ruined street, Jingmin spotted a monster. It was as large as a small car, with a single sharp horn on its head like a blade, thick and sturdy limbs, and dark brown skin. It radiated a ferocious aura. This was one of the monster's contestants least wanted to face, the one-horned rhino. As the monster spotted Jingmin, it charged forward like a German tank, demolishing everything in its path. Despite its massive size, it moved swiftly. Remaining calm, Jingmin leapt into the air, executing a precise mid-air flip before thrusting his spear violently into its brain, obliterating its nervous system. The one-horned rhino fell dead instantly, pulling his spear free. Some red and white matter came out along with it. For an average person, suddenly facing such a scene would likely trigger immediate vomiting if they had a weak stomach. Wei Gunmin's expression stayed calm as he opened his system panel. Name, Wei Gunmin. Rank, Awakener. Ability, Violet Sky, Divine Thunder. Physique, 141 Blood Energy. Spirit, 160 Hertz. Skills, Spear Technique, Intermediate. Flashing Lightning Gale Break. Ability points, 213. His spear technique had indeed reached intermediate. Jingmin's eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing that real combat was the best way to enhance one's strength. Intermediate spear technique already felt comfortable to use, so what would it be like if he upgraded it further? After a brief moment of hesitation, Jingmin could no longer resist the temptation and directly tapped the plus sign next to spear technique. Instantly, countless spear-related techniques surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This wasn't like those memory downloads in movies, where you watch it once and forget it right away. No, this felt exactly like the result of personally training the spear for decades through sweat and blood. Once the memory transmission process was complete, Jingmin, who had once believed that spear technique wasn't as important as the two basic stats, physique and spirit, now realized just how wrong he had been. With spear technique upgraded to advanced, his thrusting speed doubled. He had completely mastered every skill related to the spear. No matter the opponent, he could find a way to counter them, if only he had more ability points. He truly wanted to see just how terrifying a master-level spear technique would be. Jingmin decided to push deeper into the central area, where high-level monsters roamed. There, his ability point gains would be even faster. Just as he left, several other examinees appeared at the far end of the opposite street. It was a group of 5, 1 girl and 4 boys. Leading them was Class 5's monitor, Lam Kin Dean, who had invited Jingmin to join their team before the exam began. Lam Kin Yen scanned her surroundings and seemed to spot a figure that looked strikingly like Jingmin. The sight left her surprised. When the others heard her say this, they assumed she was seeing things. They believed there was no way he could be in this area. At his current strength, showing up here would be suicide. Still, Lam Kin Yen felt uneasy. Did I really mistake him for someone else? That person just now looked so much like him. I wonder how he's doing now. Captain, come take a look. This one-horned rhino looks like it hasn't been dead for long. A startled cry drew Lam Kin Yen's attention. The group quickly rushed over and surrounded the one-horned rhino's corpse, chattering amongst themselves. The blood around its wounds hadn't yet dried, meaning it had died within the last few minutes. Its body bore many injuries, but the fatal wound was on its head. Judging by the shape of the injury, it seemed to be a penetrating wound caused by a long-shafted weapon, something that looked a lot like a spear. Lam Kin Dean was momentarily stunned. Do you think Jingmin could have killed this one-horned rhino? I really did see someone who looked just like him earlier. One of the male students spoke with a strange expression. The one-horned rhino is an extremely difficult monster to deal with. It's the kind of beast only C-rank awakeners can kill alone. Are you saying an E-rank awakener could take one down solo? Whether he did it or not, we can just check his ranking, right? Another male student pulled up his smartwatch and quickly found Jingming's name on the leaderboard. Rank 46, Jingming, 256 points. Jiang City No. 2 High School. Jingming, rank 46? Seriously? He made the top 50? The boys were stunned, then erupted in disbelief. No way an E-rank awakener could be this strong. I can't believe it. Outside the ruined town, 10 massive projection screens displayed live footage from military-grade drones, tracking the examinees in the top 10. Beneath these giant displays were thousands of tiny screens, images from fixed cameras set up throughout the ruined town, only enlarged to the main display when necessary. Below the screens, in a temporary spectator stand, the Education Bureau leaders, principals, and teachers discussed the student rankings. Rank 1, Chu Min-duong scored 427 points and has begun a massacre in the central area. His mobility skills are exceptional, matching those seen in the provincial capital's martial arts exams. Yet, Principal Liu remains the most impressive, with nearly the entire top 10 comprised of students from his school. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair was the focus of conversation. This was Trong Van Son, director of the Jiang City Education Bureau, who nodded in satisfaction. Chu Min-duong is Jiang City's trump card. In this year's martial arts exam, He should be able to make it into the top 100 in all of Jiangnan province. He then looked toward Lu Heng, the principals of high school number 1 and number 3, praising them for doing an excellent job training such outstanding talents for the city. Then, turning to the principal of Jiang City High School number 2, he told him to reflect and work harder, as the highest-ranked student from his school was only in 18th place. Principal of number 2, Dung Du lowered his head in embarrassment, promising to do better. It was worth noting that in previous years, his school had always dominated number 3 high school. But this year, the situation seemed reversed. Duangdu scrolled through the rankings for a long time, before realizing that only 8 students from his school had made it into the top 50. The martial arts exam results dictated education funding for each school. Duangdu knew most of his top students, but the name Zhang Ming was unfamiliar. He assumed it was just a hidden talent from a regular class and planned to ask the homeroom teacher later. With so many students, it wasn't unusual for a few to conceal their abilities. However, unlike the principal's indifference, in the back row, the homeroom teacher of class 12A5 at number 2 high school, Tran Pham, was stunned. He knew Zhang Ming very well. The boy was only an E-rank ability user. How could he possibly be in the top 50? What's more, he was currently the highest-ranked student in all of class 12A5. It was unbelievable. Could he have been hiding his true power? But no matter how well you hid it, an E-rank ability couldn't suddenly become S-rank. Then how had he managed to score so high? Tran Pham couldn't figure it out. The martial arts exam was all real combat against monsters. There was absolutely no room for cheating. Unfortunately, the main screen only displayed the top 10, while the thousands of fixed camera feeds below were too dense to make out. Finding Zhang Ming's footage in that mess was basically impossible. In the ruined town, after half an hour of marching, Jiang Ming reached the central area. Here, monsters were scarce compared to the outskirts. Distant roars echoed, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and violence. Gripping his spear tightly, he bit down on the nutrient bar, his combat boots crunching over an old rusty can by the roadside. As he moved, he stayed alert, knowing that high-level monsters often had a certain degree of intelligence and a strong sense of territoriality. Roar. While he was deep in thought, a low roar rang out, and a monster suddenly lunged from the rubble. Its shape was somewhat like a tiger's, but its body was at least 5 times larger. Its fur was a mix of yellow and black, and most striking of all were the bone blades protruding from its forelimbs, sharp as knives. Though clearly bone, they gleamed with a metallic sheen. Behind it lashed a whip-like tail. Level 1 beast. Blade-clawed tiger. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes. Like the cat before, the blade-clawed tiger was a fairly common monster. Looks like my luck's not bad. Just entered the central area and already found a level 1 beast. The corner of his lips lifted slightly. Perfect. Let's see what this intermediate spear technique I just learned can do. Zhang Ming leveled his spear and charged straight at the tiger. In that moment, the massive tiger, as large as a tank, lunged at Xu Jingming. Its weight could crush most candidates' spirits, not to mention its razor-sharp claws and bloodied fangs. Yet, Xu Jingming showed no fear. As the beast charged, he slowed his movements, intently studying the tiger's trajectory with unwavering focus. Then, with a burst of strength, he swung a spear in a wide arc, spinning it like a gigantic windmill, and met the oncoming claws with a powerful strike. The violent collision forced the tiger's attack to falter for an instant, as though stunned by the strength of the small human before it. Its paw trembled slightly. The blow had hurt. Xu Jingming allowed himself a satisfied smile. Taking down this beast wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Perhaps only a Tiger King-level monster would truly force him to exert more power. Be a good beast and die, he muttered, surging forward with confidence to launch his own assault. The tiger roared furiously, enraged at being looked down upon, and raised its massive forelimbs to pounce on Xu Jingming. But this was exactly the opening he had been waiting for. Jingming lowered his stance, his long spear thrusting straight into the tiger's abdomen. Blood gushed out as the weapon pierced through thick fur and tough hide, even exposing trembling internal organs. For an ordinary creature, such a wound would have been fatal. But the tiger only roared in pain, its feral eyes locking onto Xu Jingming with a maddened light. The injury had awakened its savage instincts. Wounded, it became even more frenzied. It charged again with reckless abandon. Truly worthy of being a level 1 monster, its vitality was astonishing. Jingming hadn't expected a single strike to finish it, not without using his special abilities. Still, the tiger's frenzy caught him by surprise. It barreled toward him, slashing again and again with its foreclaws, each strike as fierce as any predator of the feline family. Despite its wounds, the beast fought on fiercely. Jingming admired its tenacity, but saw it as just a wild animal trapped by a hunter. Struggling would lead only to death. Coldly, he stepped back to gain distance, steadied himself, and channeled his energy into the spear, empowering the weapon. With a powerful strike, he crushed the tiger's skull, the sound of shattering bone echoing as the beast fell lifeless. A system notification flashed. You have slain a level 1 monster. Strength points plus 14. Xu Jingming's eyes widened. Defeating a level 1 beast granted him nearly double the points of level 0 creatures. His gaze lit up with excitement. That meant the stronger the monster, the greater the rewards. He needed to seize this opportunity to hunt as many as possible and amass more ability points. Gripping his spear tightly, he sprinted toward the direction where the roars of monsters rumbled the loudest. He had to make the most of this chance. The ruins were divided into 4 zones: the outer perimeter, the center, the core, and the inner core. Most candidates barely had the strength to linger on the outskirts. Only a few dared to step into the center. As for the core, even the elite students of Jiangcheng First High tread cautiously there. The martial arts exam would last for a full 12 hours. During this time, principals of every school and the homeroom teachers of each class were required to remain present throughout. By now, Xu Jingming's rapid climb through the rankings had drawn everyone's attention. That's right, Teacher Tron. Someone asked, "What's the deal with your student Xu Jingming? How come I've never heard about someone like him in your class?" With so many candidates competing this year, the fact that he's managed to reach the top 50 is already incredible. Teacher Tran, you really must be an outstanding instructor. I'll be suggesting that you give a speech at the end of your assembly. Share your teaching methods with everyone. Surrounded by a crowd of colleagues, Teacher Tran felt utterly embarrassed. He himself didn't understand why Xu Jingming had suddenly become so strong. Flustered, he tried to explain that his student's success came entirely from his own hard work, and that he himself had little to do with it. Of course, his explanation was useless. Nobody cared. All eyes remained fixed on the rankings. Xu Jingming had just jumped from rank 32 to rank 25, holding 372 points. What shocked them most was that his score had increased by 44 points in a single update. What's going on here? Why is Xu Jingming's score rising so absurdly fast? Principal Zhao Yao furrowed his brows as Chief Examiner Zhang Wenqian mumbled calculations to himself. According to the scoring rules of the martial arts exam, killing a top-tier level 0 monster grants about 6 to 8 points. Taking down a level 1 tier 2 monster gives about 14 to 16 points. And remember, the smartwatches that track kills have a 4-second delay. For Xu Jingming's score to shoot up by 44 points in an instant. Zhao Yao muttered in confusion. But Zhang Wenqian smiled faintly and finished the thought. That means within less than 4 seconds, he either slaughtered 5 top-tier level 0 monsters, or 3 level 1 tier 2 monsters. Either case is enough to prove his terrifying strength. Perhaps he's not yet on par with Chu Mingyang or the very top candidates, but his combat ability is definitely on the level of the top 10. Then Zhang Wenqian turned, his expression puzzled. Principal Zhao, why have I never once heard you mention such a student before? Zhao Yao gave a strained smile. Truthfully, this student only exploded in ability during today's exam. As for his background, I'll have to ask his homeroom teacher. With that, he pulled Teacher Tran Pham out from the crowd and motioned for him to report. Facing Zhang Wenqian's sharp gaze, Tran Pham grew nervous, bowing slightly before speaking. Principal, Chief, to my knowledge, Xu Jingming only awakened an E-rank ability. E-rank? Principal Zhao Yao frowned deeply. Teacher Tran, are you certain you're not mistaken? Tran Pham gave a bitter smile. No, Principal, I'm not mistaken. Before the exam, I even advised him not to participate in the martial arts division at all. Honestly, even I've begun to doubt if there wasn't some error in his registration back when he first awakened. If it's true that he only has an E-rank ability yet can still perform like this, then he must have some kind of overwhelming talent in another aspect. Zhang Wenqian said in a thoughtful tone. Unfortunately, since he hasn't broken into the top 10 yet, we can't watch his combat footage. Just wait. With his strength, he'll be in the top 10 very soon. We'll see everything then. As chief examiner, patience came naturally to him. But his words only deepened Principal Zhao Yao's unease. Zhang shot them both a meaningful glance. When that time comes, we'll know exactly why his score keeps soaring. And if it turns out to be cheating, his voice trailed off ominously. Neither Principal Zhao Yao nor Teacher Tran Pham had any idea why Xu Jingming had suddenly become so strong, but they both knew that if it were proven to be cheating, they would not escape punishment either. Time crept by as the martial arts rankings continued to shift. Amid the sea of names rising and falling, one in particular only kept climbing higher. In less than an hour, Xu Jingming had already broken into the top 10. Duang Qi's eyes widened in shock when she saw his name. Her suspicion was now confirmed. It had to have been Xu Jingming who destroyed the training hall yesterday. Zhu Mingyang, seeing the name Xu Jingming appear, only felt unfamiliarity. He had never heard of this person before, and wondered who he was and how powerful he could really be. Once Jingming entered the top 10, his combat footage was displayed on the massive screen for all the teachers to observe. At that moment, he had just finished killing a level 1 Shadow Cat. Burning himself 14 points, he smiled in satisfaction. The efficiency of hunting monsters in the central zone was excellent. Then he noticed the drone camera hovering overhead, recording him. That meant only one thing: he had officially broken into the top 10. The exam aimed to gauge candidates' strength, with higher scores granting more privileges. Xu Jingming was determined to showcase his power. Aiming for the top 10 is just the start. He accessed his status panel. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, Awakener. Ability, Violet Heaven Divine Thunder. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160 Hz. Skills, Spearmanship, Advanced. Wind and Thunder Break, Beginner. Ability points, 312. Xu Jingming was stunned. He already had over 300 ability points, yet his rank still hadn't advanced. His brows furrowed. There were only two possibilities. First, the breakthrough from Awakener to Ability User required an enormous amount of points. 300 still wasn't enough. Second, the process had special conditions. If those weren't met, even the system couldn't help him level up. To evolve from Awakener into a true ability user, he had to learn the method of cultivating abilities. So that's it. Because I haven't learned it yet, I can't rank up. Xu Jingming speculated silently. Still, with his current strength, he was hardly different from a true ability user. For now, the only thing he could do was continue enhancing his base attributes or combat skills. After a moment of thought, Xu Jingming distributed all his points. Physique plus 200, Spirit plus 112, Physique 141, Right Pointing Arrow, 181, Spirit 160 hearts, Right Pointing Arrow, 182 hearts. In an instant, power surged through his body, his mind growing clearer than ever before. The fatigue he had accumulated from constant travel and battle vanished without a trace. In the ruin's central zone, the air reeked of blood mixed with the pungent stench of beasts. 10 tigers circled around the carcass of a rhino, their eyes scanning the surroundings as though standing guard. At the center, one tiger leisurely fed, clearly the leader. Monsters were divided into those that hunted alone and those that lived in packs. These tigers were the latter. For an ordinary candidate, encountering such a pack meant only one option: retreat. But in Xu Jingming's eyes, his black and white pupils glimmered with blazing battle intent. This was exactly what he craved. If he wiped out this pack, he'd harvest a massive number of ability points. As he readied to act, Xu Jingming sensed an approaching presence and turned sharply. "Who's there? Come out. I noticed you." From the shadows stepped Xu Mingyang, smiling. "Your perception is sharp. I didn't expect you to detect me, or to see you in the top 10. Xu Jingming was taken aback. They had never met. So how did this man know his name? Still smiling, Zhu Mingyang explained. I know everyone's strong enough to enter the central zone. When I saw someone new appear, I guessed you must be the rising star, Xu Jingming. At that, Xu Jingming understood how Zhu Mingyang recognized him. Then Zhu Mingyang gestured toward the tigers ahead. I'm here for that pack. The leader is a mid-level monster. And with 10 more level 1 tigers, there's no way a single person can take them down. So I suggest we work together. Xu Jingming only smiled, shaking his head. No need. I alone am enough to wipe them all out. Jingming leapt onto the broken-down bus in the middle of the road, and his sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of the tigers roaming the square, except for the Tiger King in the center, which was still busy eating. The other 9 tigers that had been resting all stood up at once. Their eyes, filled with vigilance and fury, locked onto the small human who dared trespass into their territory. Yet, despite their hostility, the beast remained in place, showing no immediate signs of attacking. Jingming's gaze swept over the alert tigers. His mind calm. Everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. The Tiger King, being a higher-ranked monster, possessed a sliver of intelligence. It could command the lower-ranked tigers to fight in coordinated, if simple, formations. At that moment, the Tiger King let out a thunderous roar. The sound was a signal, in order for the lower-ranked tigers to attack. Slowly, they began advancing toward the bus. Their pace wasn't fast, but as 9 colossal tigers, each the size of a car, gathered together. The aura they exuded was terrifying beyond words. Roar. A second bellow shook the air. At once, the 9 tigers, which had been closing in at a steady pace, scattered apart. Then, from multiple directions, they lunged simultaneously at Jingming. Hidden nearby, Zhou Mingyang's heart tightened as he watched the scene unfold. He wanted to see whether Jingming was truly a powerful fighter, or just a reckless fool about to throw his life away. Jingming twisted his wrist, his grip tightening on the long spear in his hands. The weapon spun rapidly, faster and faster, until it became a blur. Facing this onslaught, Jingming's eyes remained firm and resolute. The 2-meter-long spear in his hands spun fiercely. Like the blades of a colossal windmill, the 5 tigers dove head-first into the swirling death trap. Utterly unprepared for what awaited them, the razor-sharp spearhead became a meat grinder. Tearing straight through their skulls, blood sprayed wildly in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Jingming lunged forward, his spear sweeping in deadly arcs with pinpoint precision. In one fluid motion, he slashed open the throats of the remaining beasts. With the enhanced stats he had gained along the way, he could now slaughter these creatures with nothing but the raw power of his body. Meanwhile, the system notifications chimed continuously. You gained plus 10 points for killing a rank 1, low-tier tiger. You gained plus 15 points for killing a rank 1, mid-tier tiger. It was then that the Tiger King finally realized something was wrong. The towering beast abruptly rose to its feet and began striding forward. As it passed by a wounded tiger, it crushed the pitiful creature beneath its paw without hesitation, as though enraged by the weakness of its kin. Seeing this, Jingming felt a twinge of regret at losing the points. Along with the bitter reminder that his strength was still lacking, he couldn't claim every kill for himself. Now, he stood alone, spear in hand, facing down the mighty Tiger King. In his clear, unwavering eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Only coldness remained, and endless, killing intent. Roar. Whether it was the sight of its fallen brethren or the defiance blazing in Jingming's gaze. The Tiger King erupted in a furious bellow that shook the air. That roar unleashed a terrifying sound wave. The few glass windows still intact on the surrounding buildings instantly shattered as if a bomb had just gone off. The shockwave made the ears of anyone nearby throb with pain. Even Zhou Mingyang had to retreat further back, his eyes full of caution. Jingming chose to go on the offensive. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged forward, facing the beast head-on. As Jingming closed in, the massive tiger immediately brought down its enormous paw. The crushing strike was deflected mid-air as Jingming redirected it with his weapon. Almost instantly, the beast swung its tail. The bone blade at the end of it sliced through the air. Aiming straight for Jingming, he intercepted the blow just enough to slow it down, then used the tiger's tail as leverage to vault himself high into the air. The Tiger King was caught off guard by Jingming's agility. In that instant, Jingming brought his weapon crashing down onto the creature's skull. The colossal head nearly caved in from the sheer force of the blow. Without hesitation, Jingming drove his spear down once more, piercing the Tiger King's head clean through, finally ending its life. The system immediately chimed. Congratulations, plus 20 points awarded. In less than 2 minutes, the entire pack of tigers had been wiped out. Zhou Mingyang stood frozen in shock, his whole body stiff. He hadn't expected Jingming to be this powerful. In his eyes now, Jingming was no longer a mere participant in this exam, he was a monster. Jingming looked down at the lifeless Tiger King at his feet and gave a faint shake of his head. Even with his physique enhanced by the system, he still couldn't quite gauge the full extent of his combat strength. He didn't know just how powerful he would become once the exam was over. But one thing he believed with absolute certainty, the stronger he got, the better it would be for him. With that conviction, he resolved to hunt down more monsters. At that moment, Zhou Mingyang hurried out from his hiding spot and ran toward him. Wait, how could you possibly take down a whole pack of monsters with nothing but a spear? Is your ability close combat fighter type? Jingming dismissed his curiosity, focusing solely on hunting monsters. He jumped onto a nearby building, leaving Zhou Mingyang with one unsettling truth. His ability was lightning control. This honest answer only deepened Zhou Mingyang's unease, as he was convinced Jingming was lying. During their recent battle, he hadn't used any lightning-related skills. Frantically, Zhou Mingyang pulled up the updated leaderboard. After all the monsters Jingming had just slain, he was terrified that his own #1 spot might have been stolen, and indeed, it had. Jingming was now ranked first with a 22 points, while Zhou Mingyang had slipped to second with only 985 points. Meanwhile, in the teacher's monitoring room, shock waves rippled through the staff as they watched Jingming's performance. None of them had expected an 18-year-old to wield a weapon with such mastery. Director Zhang Wenxing confirmed to the others that Jingming was not cheating. He was a genuine talent. Congratulations, Principal Zhao. Looks like this year's top scorer in Zhongcheng will belong to your second high school. Principal Zhao Zio, brimming with excitement, responded. Thank you, sir, but the exam isn't over yet. The results are still undecided. Jingming, you truly are the biggest surprise of all. Finally, our second high school will have its moment to shine. 3 hours later, in the central zone, Zhou Mingyang walked with wary steps, eyes scanning his surroundings. He couldn't understand what had happened. Every monster in the area seemed to have vanished. At this moment, he noticed a group of students walking toward him. These were the students ranked in the top 10 of the exam. He asked why they were all moving together. A petite girl named Meng Di replied with some annoyance. Didn't you check the scoreboard? Almost all the monsters in this area have already been wiped out by Jingming. That's why we had no choice but to group up, otherwise, it would just be boring. Zhou Mingyang exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How could that be? The monsters here are all very strong. If you don't believe me, just open the ranking board and look at his score, you'll understand, Tang Chi said as she walked up beside him and pulled up the leaderboard. 3,400 points, seeing Jingming's terrifying score. Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Chi sighed, observing his reaction. Now you see why we claimed Jingming killed all the monsters. A low-tier level 1 monster yields about 14 to 16 points, while a mid-tier gives 20 to 22. With 335 points, even after deducting over 700 from the central zone, he still has over 2,500 points. This means Jingming has taken down nearly 200 monsters in that area alone. Zhou Mingyang stood there, dumbfounded at her words. Now he finally understood why Jingming never wanted to cooperate in hunting monsters. He was afraid others would steal his kills. So that's what he had been planning all along. At this point, Tang Chi explained that the three of them intended to go deeper into the core central zone to hunt stronger monsters. She asked if Zhou Mingyang wanted to join them. Feeling uneasy, Zhou Mingyang reminded them that the core central zone housed high-tier level 1 monsters, and possibly even level 2 monsters. Entering that area would be extremely dangerous. But the confident girl replied, "We're well aware of the dangers we might face there. That's exactly why we teamed up in the first place. Do you want to come with us or not? Ruined Town, Central Zone. Jingming was sitting atop a mountain of monster corpses. So many that it was impossible to count them all. The sheer carnage showed just how terrifying the previous battle had been. He calmly ate the food he had prepared beforehand for the exam. By now, his provisions were almost gone, a clear sign that the exam was nearing its end. But Jingming wasn't ready to stop yet. He wanted to rack up even more points. And his next destination was the core central zone, to take down the level 2 monsters there. However, he would need to power up one more time. He opened his system interface. Rank, Awakened. Ability, Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Strength, 182 Hertz. Skills, Advanced Spear Technique, Beginner Thunderbolt Gale Strike. Ability points, 24,113. Jingming's eyes sparkled. This was all he had amassed since entering the central zone. So many points. It was truly astonishing. Without hesitation, he tapped the plus symbol next to Thunderbolt Gale Strike and spent 300 points to upgrade the combat skill straight to advanced level. Immediately, he felt the changes surging through his body. With this level of power, he was confident he could defeat even a level 2 beast. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang's group was also heading deeper into the core central zone. Jingming did the same. The final phase of the exam had officially begun. Jingming was filled with curiosity. He wondered just what kind of level 2 monsters the organizers would unleash for the students to face. Not long after, Zhou Ming and the others had already reached the vicinity of the central core area. Standing on top of a building, they cast their gaze downward. When they saw the enormous bear moving below, everyone was filled with fear. They hadn't expected to encounter the Blood Berserk Bear the moment they stepped into this area. Among monsters, the Blood Berserk Bear was infamous as an extremely rare and incredibly difficult creature to deal with. Zhou Ming's expression turned grim. Putting aside its terrifying strength, just its thick, tightly interwoven fur covering its entire body was tougher than E-grade alloy. Even a missile couldn't easily break through it. If it were just an ordinary Tier 2 monster, the 4 of them joining forces might still be able to hold out for a while. But against this white bear's strength, just one strike from its iron pan-sized paw would kill them all instantly. There was simply no way to withstand it. Beside him, Yang Qi was also full of worry. She felt they should abandon their plan to enter the central core. On the open ground below, dozens of monsters were already occupying the area. Looking down, she thought there was no need for the white bear to even act. If they set foot in the residential district, those high-tier level 1 monsters would rush at them and tear them apart. At most, the 4 of us together could handle 3 or 4 high-tier level 1 monsters. I'm out. Even if we fight to the death here, it's not worth the few points we gain. Zhou Ming's face was twisted with frustration as he cursed silently, wondering which bastard could have designed an exam with monsters this terrifying. But at that very moment, a girl named Meng Di suddenly pointed below and shouted, "Wait! Everyone! There's someone down there!" Then, the name Zhu Jingming rang out, making everyone's steps halt in astonishment. They could hardly believe what they had just heard. In the distance below, a black shadow charged forward at incredible speed. It moved like a hunting cheetah, and in just a few seconds, it had rushed straight to the entrance of the residential district. All eyes instantly focused on the spot where Zhu Jingming had appeared. Meng Di's cheeks flushed as she praised how handsome Zhu Jingming was. Zhou Ming, however, snorted coldly. What good is being handsome? Throwing yourself into a horde of monsters like that is nothing but suicide. Roar! Roar! Sure enough, Zhu Jingming's appearance instantly threw the monsters below into chaos. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen high-tier level 1 monsters roared and charged straight at him. It's over. He's angered the entire horde. Meng Di cried out in panic. At first, Zhu Jingming was able to handle a few of the monsters that lunged at him, killing many with a single strike with ease. But immediately after, as wave after wave of monsters swarmed in, he was overwhelmed in no time. Zhu Jingming's figure was swallowed up by the ferocious horde. Zhu Jingming, could he really have died just like that? Why would he be so reckless? Zhu Ming frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to save him, it was already too late. By the time they rushed down, Xu Jingming would be dead beyond saving. Yang Qi, however, refused to give up. She decided she had to go down and see for herself what had become of Xu Jingming, but the others immediately held her back, urging her to calm down. They argued that going down would be pointless. With that overwhelming number of monsters, they would only end up dying the same way as Xu Jingming. Yet Yang Qi still wouldn't give up. She revealed that Xu Jingming was her cousin, and she couldn't just stand there and watch him die. But at that very moment, everyone's hearts suddenly jolted violently. A deep, majestic voice suddenly echoed right by their ears. Lightning. Immediately after, amidst the deafening rumble of thunder, a surge of violet shockwaves erupted ferociously at the very center of the monster horde. Boom! Every monster struck by the shockwave convulsed as though struck by lightning. Their bodies shriveled, charred black, and were hurled backward. The once dense horde was instantly swept clean in a swath, as though messy pencil marks on paper had been wiped away by an eraser, leaving behind a vast, empty space. At the very center of that clearing, Xu Jingming's tall and upright figure stood proudly, like a war god descending upon the world. Around him, countless arcs of violet lightning crackled, coiling about his body as if cheering and welcoming the arrival of a sovereign. Xu Jingming smiled faintly, admitting to himself that his raw strength alone was still not enough. To face higher-ranked monsters, he had to use his ability. He raised his left hand, eyes gleaming as violet sparks danced at his fingertips. The power of an ability depended on its rank and attributes, an S-rank ability. So domineering, so overwhelming. His gaze shifted to the dozen half-dead monsters, now catching the attention of the Beast King, the white bear, which had risen to its hind legs. It stood 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, resembling a massive tank rearing upright. The sight was terrifying. Xu Jingming faced the rare white bear, a formidable opponent. This year's martial arts examination was challenging, but with his S-rank power, he felt confident he could handle it. Yet, under its oppressive aura, the remaining monsters, who had already been cowed by Xu Jingming's display, now went berserk. Xu Jingming realized that once the battle with the bear began, the others would seize the opportunity to attack, which would be troublesome. He decided to clear out the lesser monsters first. Xu Jingming's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp. The lightning that had only been swirling about his body now surged inward at his command. His entire body quaked violently, as though injected with a powerful stimulant. In an instant, his once clear eyes were flooded with the violet glow of lightning. A terrifying power erupted through his limbs, coursing through his entire body. Xu Jingming's lips curled into a savage grin. In an instant, he shot forward at the small monsters, lightning flaring as he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood beside a high-tier level 1 tiger. A heartbeat later, his spear flashed like lightning, tracing a violet-black arc through the air, before the tiger could even react. The spear pierced straight through its heart, killing it instantly, one after another. The nearby monsters were struck down in the same way. Almost every thrust, every slash, meant another high-tier level 1 monster slain. This state he had entered was one of the fundamental applications of the lightning system, lightning infusion. By channeling lightning directly into his body, every cell was stimulated, causing his physique to undergo a dramatic surge. He could feel it clearly, the thunderous current coursing through him like a raging river, amplifying his strength to an unbelievable degree. Of course, letting lightning rampage through the body was extremely dangerous. One slip, and his meridians could shatter. That was why this state couldn't last for long. But to wipe out these monsters, it was more than enough. When he appeared beside a high-tier level 1 rhinoceros, the spear in his hand flashed like lightning, carving a violet-black arc through the air. Before the beast could even react, a thin line of blood appeared across its neck. A moment later, its massive head slid smoothly to the ground. Xu Jingming's score points surged upward at an astonishing speed. Roaring in fury after witnessing the rhino's death, the white bear lost control. It charged at Xu Jingming with surprising speed for its massive size, its powerful limbs pounding the ground. In an instant, It covered over 30 meters and unleashed a colossal punch at Xu Jingming's position. But if the white bear was fast, Xu Jingming was faster. Empowered by the violet heaven divine lightning, he vanished from that spot in a flash. The bear spotted him not far away and bellowed again. Charging once more, its bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. Perhaps this was the first time a human had dared to treat it with such contempt. Xu Jingming had no intention of confronting the bear just yet, as level 1 monsters still surrounded him. Evading a swipe, he leapt into the air, becoming a violet-black blur. He weaved through the horde, each strike of his lightning reed black spear claiming another life. He eliminated a high-tier level 1 rhino, gaining 15 ability points, followed by a high-tier level 1 rhino, gaining 15 ability points, followed by a high-tier level 1 shadow cat, plus 13 ability points. Eliminated high-tier level 1 tiger, plus 14 ability points. The crisp system prompts rang endlessly in Xu Jingming's mind. At the same time, the white bear's furious yet powerless roars echoed through the central core, its rage shaking the air as it failed again and again to catch Xu Jingming. But Xu Jingming didn't stop. With a playful smile, he taunted, "What's wrong? Are you angry? Are you mad because I'm slaughtering your underlings?" Boosted by the violet heaven divine lightning, Xu Jingming was as carefree as if walking a dog in the park, mocking the bear as he thinned the horde. Now, only one rhinoceros remained before him. He chuckled, saying he would play with the bear after dealing with the last beast. The colossal monster seemed to realize its speed wasn't enough. To keep chasing was nothing but a mockery. Standing in the center of the plaza, its mountain-like figure locked on to Xu Jingming with eyes as red as blood. Almost simultaneously, as Xu Jingming appeared before the rhino, the white bear suddenly materialized right behind it. With a thunderous roar, its enormous paws clapped together from both sides, smashing at the spot where Xu Jingming stood. Even he was startled. He hadn't expected the beast to predict his movements. The bear's massive palms collided with a deafening crack of bone and splattering flesh. The shockwave kicked up a storm of dust that blanketed the area. But the strike hadn't hit Xu Jingming. Instead, the rhino's body had been completely obliterated between the bear's crushing blows. At that moment, Xu Jingming appeared in midair behind the beast, his entire body cloaked in arcs of violet lightning. With a confident smile, he declared, "Let's see if your fur can withstand the power of my lightning." Jingming's expression didn't change as his left hand clenched lightly in the void, like a thunder god wielding dominion over all creation. Arcs of violet heaven divine lightning gathered rapidly around him, converging into a single bolt of blazing purple lightning. Crack! The purple lightning was hurled out with overwhelming force, striking the bear straight on. An instant later, a violent explosion erupted. Shockwaves rippled outward, expanding again and again, making it difficult even for the students hiding in the distance to remain standing. This terrifying scene was also captured by the drones and transmitted back to the monitoring room. The superintendent, the principal, and the other teachers who were watching were left gaping in shock. Was this really Jingming's lightning-type ability? Principal Zhao sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Next to him, Education Bureau Chief Zhang Wenxin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Principal Zhao, you're telling me this is just an E-rank ability? Are you kidding me?" Someone quickly spoke up to explain. Just based on the explosive force of his power alone, he could wipe out a squad of high-level monsters in seconds, maybe even fight on par with a TIER2 boss. Even many A-rank ability users can't pull that off. Zhang Wenxin's face split into an excited grin. No matter what rank the boy's ability truly was, its sheer destructive power would shake the entire nation the moment people witnessed it. Back in the ruined town's central core, however, the Thunderbolt, powerful enough to kill a TIER1 high-class beast in an instant, only flickered across the bear's thick fur, other than making its face contort into an even more savage snarl. It hardly seemed injured at all. Jingming immediately leapt back to maintain distance, his eyes narrowing in caution, as expected of a rare Tier 2 beast. Its defense really is monstrous. Unlike ordinary tamed beasts, this bear had never shed or groomed its fur. Over time, its hair matted together, forming a natural armor as tough as steel, rivaling E-grade alloys. To make matters worse, it didn't conduct electricity. With his current strength, Jingming couldn't hope to take it down in a single strike, especially since he had just awakened his ability. Everyone must first breach its defenses, he thought grimly. But the bear wasn't about to wait. With a thunderous roar, its earth-shaking bellow echoed through the ruins as its blood energy ignited. Tangible crimson flames enveloped its massive form, resembling a raging Super Saiyan. Its scarlet life force surged in violent whirlwinds, clawing at the sky. In the next heartbeat, its hulking frame swelled even larger, muscles bulging, veins popping across its already fearsome face. The ground beneath its feet trembled from the sheer energy pouring off it, broken concrete and loose stones rattling with each pulse. Then, in less than a second, the beast coiled its legs beneath it. The ground collapsed into a deep crater under the pressure, and its gigantic body, clad like a steel juggernaut, launched straight toward Jingming. What the hell? Do you know what it feels like to have an entire tiger tank charging right at you? In that moment, Jingming felt exactly that illusion. His face paled as he scrambled to dodge aside. The bear slammed down like a falling meteor onto the very spot he had been standing just a second ago. The already weathered concrete yard finally gave way completely, shattering into massive chunks. With the beast at the center, cracks spider-webbed in every direction as dust clouds erupted into the air, billowing outward like a storm. Jingming clicked his tongue in annoyance. So it's already triggering berserk this early? Looks like this bear really has it out for me? When the dust finally cleared, the crimson Super Saiyan-like form of the bear emerged once again in Jingming's sight. It immediately launched a flurry of relentless attacks. High-level or rare beasts often possessed skills similar to human combat techniques. Among them, berserk was one of the most common. Research had shown that in a berserk state, whatever little intelligence a beast originally had would be completely erased, turning it into nothing more than a killing machine that acted purely on instinct. At the same time, its physique and strength would be massively enhanced. Typically, a beast would only choose to enter berserk when cornered. Yet, despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Jingming easily dodged every strike. Instead of feeling pressured, he was exhilarated. Once he brought this beast down, his own power would increase tremendously. The strategy Jingming chose was simple. Never face the bear head-on. His physique had already reached 180 points, and after activating cell stimulation, it skyrocketed even further, granting him terrifying strength. But the best option remained exploiting his speed and agility to strike. Lightning flashed. Jingming's figure vanished on the spot. Long spear in hand, the bear instinctively felt danger. But before it could react, a sharp, searing pain erupted from its leg. A massive wound ripped open on its left thigh, edged with crackling purple lightning. Blood spurted like a crimson fountain, gushing from the torn artery. Roar, agonized, the beast slammed its enormous fist toward the tiny human at its feet. Compared to its towering 6-meter frame, Jingming's 6'1" figure was minuscule, but infinitely more agile. He had already retreated far out of reach. Boom, boom, in its frenzy. The bear became a rampaging engine of destruction, smashing everything around it into heaps of mangled monster corpses. At that exact moment, Jingming unleashed the Violet Heaven Divine Lightning at full force. Countless arcs of violet thunder erupted from his body, raining down mercilessly upon the bear, already slower than Jingming to begin with. The beast was now crippled with wounded legs, making it even clumsier, though stripped of intelligence in berserk. Primal instinct still lingered. It knew lightning could not deliver a killing blow, so it hunched down, muscles straining as it braced for defense. Boom, boom. For half a minute straight, the Violet Heaven Divine Lightning bombarded it without pause. The bear's once gray-white fur was now scorched black, smoke curling off its charred body as the air filled with a stench of burnt hair and ozone. Seeing the bear unable to move, Jingming believed he had already won. He hadn't expected that even the beast's terrifying defense couldn't withstand his lightning strikes for more than 2 minutes. Its time, his figure flickered and reappeared just 3 meters from the bear, poised to deliver the final blow. Suddenly the bear lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. but as it raised its leg to strike, a look of horror crossed its face. Its legs had gone numb, refusing to obey. Did you really think you could withstand my violet heaven divine lightning for 2 minutes without consequence? Jingming shook his head, gripping his spear tightly as he launched his counterattack. His body was enveloped in radiant violet lightning, exuding an ancient aura. In that moment, he resembled a god descending to earth, with a crackling thunderball slowly forming at the tip of his spear. Then, like a cannon shot, he drove it forward straight into the bear's chest. Boom! The giant beast was blown away, hurled hundreds of meters away before crashing into and collapsing a high-rise building, finally coming to a halt. On its left chest, a massive scorched crater gaped open. Its heart had been completely obliterated, leaving only stray arcs of purple lightning flickering faintly in the void where it once beat. Dang. You have slain a Tier 2 beast, gained plus 24 ability points. Hearing the familiar system notification, Jingming steadied himself and exhaled deeply. It's finally over. That battle had nearly drained all of his current strength, though it lasted barely 2 minutes. The sheer intensity and the constant mental strain had pushed him to his limits. If it had dragged on any longer, he wasn't sure he could have endured. Luckily, the outcome was more than satisfactory, and without a doubt, it was the most exhilarating fight he had ever experienced. Curious now, Jingming opened up his score panel, with every beast in the central zone wiped out by his hand. Just how high had his points climbed? At that very moment, the atmosphere inside the monitoring room erupted. Teachers and officials burst into cheers, their excitement overflowing. Jingming had secured first place with an astonishing 10,835 points. Over 10,000 points, not only breaking the city's record, but also smashing the all-time record of Zhongdong province. Truly a genius among geniuses. Last year's highest scorer had only managed 8,000 points. Without question, he would be crowned provincial champion of Zhongdong after checking his information panel and being surprised by the score he had just earned. Jingming still wasn't ready to stop. There was still a little time left before the exam ended, so he decided to stay in the central zone and kill more monsters. His gaze swept past the lifeless corpse of the bear. Without pausing, Jingming slung the nearly broken black obsidian spear across his back and continued heading toward the central area. On top of a building, Zhou Ming and the others were still shaken by Jingming's performance. The bear is dead. Look, over there. Jingming's leaving. He's heading toward the central area. With such a high score, why not end the test early? The central area, as expected of the provincial top scorer. Even after killing a Tier 2 monster, he isn't letting his guard down. He actually wants to head back to the central area to wipe out monsters. Zhou Ming jolted back to reality, slapping his thigh. It's over. I'm not sure if Jingming will be the top scorer, but we need to reach the central area fast. If we don't, we might not score a single point in this last hour. With Jingming's speed, is he really planning to clear the entire central zone? I need to get there first. Hurry up. The group immediately reacted, no longer wasting time thinking, and rushed downstairs with their weapons. Zhou Ming, no longer caring about teammates, directly activated his wind ability, the fastest movement speed in the group, as the martial exam entered its final stage. Many candidates had already been eliminated. Activating their safety spheres and returning early to the plaza, the announcement sounded 3 times in a row before stopping. The Martial Academy exam of 2037 has ended. Any further monster kills will not be counted. Inside the exam grounds, every candidate who heard the notification carried different emotions. Some sighing, some full of regret, as they began heading back. The exam was over. Jingming pulled his spear out from the body of a monster and let out a soft sigh. What a pity. Looks like there won't be another chance to slaughter freely and rack up ability points like this again. He then hefted the spear onto his shoulder and walked toward the exit. The martial exam was over, and waiting for him ahead was an entirely new future. Time passed, and most candidates had returned to the open field. Only a handful remained deep inside the ruined town. Not surprisingly, Jingming was among them, but no one was in a rush to leave. They wanted to stay, to personally witness what the one who scored over 10,000 points actually looked like. Kichi, is he really your cousin? Among the students from #1 high school, Xiaoya, who used to look down on Jingming back at the Thunder Martial Dojo, now had eyes shining brightly as she turned to ask Tang Chi. Heavens, that's the third time you've asked. Fine, I believe you. Xiaoya quickly nodded, then clung to Tang Chi's arm, shaking it coquettishly. Bestie, please, give me your cousin's contact info, won't you? Huh, yesterday you said you weren't interested. Why the sudden change? Tang Chi teased with a smirk. Yesterday was different. Yesterday was just an E-rank ability user. Today, he's Jiang Cheng's #1. Identity had changed. Treatment, naturally, would change as well. At that very moment, a loud shout erupted. Jingming is out of the exam grounds. In an instant, the open field fell silent. All eyes, including Tang Chi's and Xiaoya's, turned to the gate of the ruined town. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. Jingming, clad in a blood-stained black battle uniform, his expression calm. A spear over 2 meters long was strapped to his back. Applause erupted as the crowd congratulated him repeatedly. A bald student patted Zhou Ming on the shoulder with a smile. If it weren't for him, you would have been first for sure. This time. Zhou Ming didn't look the least bit upset. He admitted to himself that his strength was too far behind and was satisfied with the result. As Jingming walked toward the buses, the principal was already waiting for him. He congratulated him, then introduced Director Zhang Wenqian. The principal explained that Jingming didn't need to take the bus. The director wanted to personally drive him home, realizing that he had become the center of everyone's attention. Jingming knew if he went back by bus, he would be endlessly disturbed. He decided to accept the offer. Jingming, have you thought about which ability academy you want to attend? Inside the car, the scenery outside the window quickly receded. Sitting in the back seat was Jingming, and beside him sat Director Zhang Wenqian. Not yet. Jingming shook his head. It was the truth. Ever since transmigrating into this world, all he focused on was rapidly increasing his strength and scoring as many points as possible. He had never seriously considered which school you would attend. The director, however, was even more excited than he was. With your performance, you could get into any university in the entire country. In fact, even the top 3 ability universities would accept you. You know of those 3, don't you? Jingming gave a slight nod. In the Great Sha Nation, there were 3 schools that had held the top 3 positions for many years straight. Qingjing Ability University, located in the capital of Great Sha, directly managed by the government. Graduates could immediately enter the administrative system and become guardians of the nation. Myodu Ability University, situated in the prosperous port city, offering elite training programs and countless outstanding clubs. It was perfect for those who sought ultimate power. Jincheng Ability University, with a history of more than 200 years, overflowing with educational resources. Even their lowest-ranked instructors were at least level 6 ability users. Among thousands of universities across the nation, these 3 stood at the very top, known collectively as the 3 Supreme Academies. They were the holy lands of study that countless candidates dreamed of entering. Jingming tilted his head slightly, his expression doubtful. As far as I know, awakened ability users need specific cultivation methods in order to truly master their powers. So what exactly are those methods? Director Zhang Wenqian smiled as he explained. Any top ability cultivation methods are, for the most part, exclusive to those 3 academies. Most importantly, they provide many different ability training systems. If someone cultivates on their own, it takes 3 to 4 years to become an ability user. But with proper cultivation methods, it takes only half a year. With your results this time, you already qualified to obtain one of these special methods. Once the national rankings are released, the top 10 academies in the country will definitely throw countless offers at you, just to win you over. I understand. Thank you, sir. Jingming nodded in response. By the time Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 at night. Exhausted, he decided to take a shower before going to bed. Warm water poured down from the shower head, washing away the sweat and dust from his bare body. Feels so good. For 12 hours of fighting yesterday, sweat had soaked Jingming's body until his skin felt sticky and uncomfortable. As warm water cascaded over him, Jingming felt instantly refreshed. He opened his system panel. Name, Jingming. Rank, Awakened. Ability, Violet Sky, Divine Thunder. Physique, 183 Blood Chi. Spirit, 185 Hertz. Skills, Advanced Spearmanship, Advanced Lightning Breakthrough. Ability points, 2534. In the Martial Academy exam, his greatest achievement was accumulating these points, enough to sustain him well into university. Ability points were incredibly precious. In the wilderness, there was no way to accumulate them this quickly. Only through the Martial Academy exam could he gain so much. Jingming wondered if there would be hunting tournaments against ferocious beasts after entering an ability university. If there were, he would definitely be the first to join. Just then, the front door creaked open. Apparently, he had been so exhausted last night that he forgot to lock it. Standing outside were two people, one in her 30s, and one about his age, tall, with delicate features, resembling the older woman but with a colder temperament. It was none other than his youngest aunt, Xu Qingyuan, and his cousin, Tang Qi. The two pushed the door open, and an awkward scene unfolded. Jingming stood there with nothing but a towel wrapped around his waist. He was mortified, while Tang Qi blushed furiously in embarrassment. Jingming rushed back into his room to put on clothes. Not long after, the three of them sat awkwardly in the living room. Back when his parents had passed away, his aunt had always been there for him, caring for him with great devotion. Seeing the worry in her eyes now, Jingming felt a warmth rise in his chest. Relieved to see Xu Qingyuan safe, he sighed and asked, "How did you do on yesterday's Martial Academy exam? I've been worried since I heard you were applying." Xu Qingyuan felt at ease now. "Didn't Tang Qi tell you?" Jingming replied, surprised. Tang Qi chuckled. "I thought it would be better for Jingming to deliver the good news himself." Jingming scratched his nose awkwardly. "Auntie, I did really well this time. I scored over 10,000 points." The shocking number left Xu Qingyuan stunned, causing her to spit out her sip of water. Quickly recovering, she frowned. "Xiao Ming, don't joke. What's your real score?" "Mom, Jingming isn't joking," Tang Qi said with a grin. "He really scored over 10,000. No, precisely 11,121 points." Xu Qingyuan burst into tears, throwing her arms around Jingming, overwhelmed with happiness. She felt their family finally had a true successor, and that Jingming's parents would be proud beyond words. Admissions office, Ma Du Ability University. Around a large table, several people were gathered, all staring at an image of Jingming projected on the big screen. A young woman began her report. "This is Jingming, 18 years old, awakened as an E-rank lightning user. If this result is real, then we must recruit him," someone said. Another voice, filled with doubt, countered, "Impossible. Based on talent and theory, he could never have achieved this result." Arguments immediately broke out. "Judging by the battle footage we just saw, absolutely not. There's no way this is E-ranks. His ability has to be at least E-ranks, maybe even S-rank." They refused to believe that such a powerful individual could have come from a small city like Zhangcheng. The first thought in their minds was that some sort of fraud must have occurred. In that moment, the young woman slammed her palm on the table, demanding silence. "Enough. Stop arguing. Jingming is now classified as an S-rank rookie recruit and must join our academy. I'll personally investigate in Zhangjiang." Time passed swiftly, and soon the college entrance exam results were announced. Jingming had topped the scores in Jiangnan province. After reading the notification message, Jingming was so overwhelmed with excitement that he shouted, "I did it! With this first-place position, my life from now on will completely change." This news also set social media on fire. A flood of articles with shocking headlines appeared, and countless groups and online forums erupted with debates and curiosity about Jingming's identity. Journalists went crazy collecting information about him, and the more they dug, the more shocked they became. And awakened with an E-level ability, still not even advanced. Every word in those reports was enough to send shivers down people's spines. The headlines of these articles were striking, quickly drawing massive clicks and views, particularly from netizens in Jiangnan province. Comments flooded in. Isn't the provincial top scorer usually a high-level Tier 1 ability user? How can an awakened with only an E-level ability achieve this? If that's true, I'll eat my words. Just wait, I'm digging up the video of his exam now. The most common reaction to this news was doubt. Some extreme individuals even started yelling in the comments, claiming that this year's martial arts college entrance exam had been rigged, and that Jingming was just some useless son of a powerful official who had been forced into the top scorer's position. At this moment, No2 High School also held a press conference, both to promote their educational achievements and to quell the online suspicions. The person presiding over the conference was none other than the principal, Zhao Yao. The very first question he received was about the suspicions spreading online. Many people believed that Jingming becoming the top scorer of Jiangnan province was an act of fraud, and fraud in the martial arts college entrance exam was an extremely serious matter. People demanded the truth. In response, Principal Zhao Yao announced to everyone present that videos of Jingming's performance during the exam had already been uploaded to the school's website, and that anyone could go there to verify it for themselves. Those with malicious intent towards Jingming were left speechless after watching the videos. Wow, a single spear strike piercing a Tier 1 one-horned rhinoceros. That's insane. His strength surpasses most Tier 1 ability users. It must be a strength enhancement ability. But wait, he's just an awakened. How can his enhancement be this powerful? He's not even in the strength system. It's the lightning system. And this destructive power is just an E-level ability? Shameless media, fabricating lies for clicks. As soon as the videos were released, the voices of doubt surrounding Jingming quickly vanished. Being the first student from Zhongcheng to achieve the honor of provincial top scorer, his contributions were worthy of praise. Of course, credit also had to be given to the training provided by the school and the Education Bureau. They announced that Jingming would be rewarded with a huge prize, 1 million in cash, along with a set of ability training methods. At the same time, the city government declared that they would also grant Jingming 1 million in cash and present him with a luxurious villa in the city. By now, the reporters no longer doubted Jingming's abilities. They hurriedly snapped photos for their reports. Rewarding the provincial top scorer had long been a tradition in every province. Although Zhongcheng was far poorer compared to capital cities like Ning'an, it could still afford to provide such benefits. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared at the press conference. She stepped out of a luxury car. Surrounded by bodyguards, she argued that while Principal Zhao Yao had released videos of Jingming's martial arts exam, they did not prove that Jingming hadn't used performance-enhancing drugs. The most important thing now, she claimed, was to test Jingming's true superpower level. Right then, Principal Zhao Yao asked a teacher nearby why Jingming hadn't shown up yet. The teacher quickly explained that he had already contacted Jingming, who was currently training and would arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao praised him. The martial arts exam is already over, yet he's still diligently training. Truly fitting for our provincial top scorer. Hard-working and relentless. Principal Zhao was in the middle of an interview when he learned that admissions representatives from the 3 top universities had arrived. Initially shocked, he quickly halted the interview and escorted the representatives to the school's VIP reception room, serving each a cup of hot tea. Please, have a seat. Jingming will be here in just over 10 minutes. As a Tier 2 ability user and the principal of a major high school, Zhao Yao was considered a well-known figure in Zhongcheng, yet now his posture was low, and his attitude extremely respectful. He knew that these 3 were people he could never afford to offend. Even the faint aura of high-level ability users they unconsciously released made his heart tremble. What stood out most was the hostility between the 3 when facing each other. Their auras clashed like wild beasts on the verge of tearing each other apart. They were all here to fight for the strongest students to join their schools, so naturally, they didn't look kindly upon one another. It's fine, Principal Zhao. Go ahead and take care of your business. We'll just wait here for a while, said Zhang Xiaoye, the head of admissions at Modu Ability University, with a gentle smile as she waved her hand. After letting Zhao Yao leave, she turned to the other 2 and laughed softly. It feels like it's been ages since the 3 of us gathered like this. Hasn't it? Inside the room, besides her, there was another man and a woman. They were Su Yun from Qingjing Ability University a curvy woman with a strikingly beautiful face, Wu Yuan from Jin City Ability University, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with long hair, like Zhang Xiaoyu. They were all heads of admissions at their respective universities. "We all know perfectly well why we're here today," Su Yun said bluntly, her fiery personality matching her figure. "Let me make it clear first, Jingming. Our Qingjing Ability University has already decided to take him." Wu Yuan from Jin City Ability University snorted coldly and refused to back down. "Decided? You think you can just claim him like that? Let me tell you, that boy will definitely belong to Jin City Academy." Zhang Xiaoye sighed inwardly at the escalating tension. Because of the annual interschool competitions, the rivalry among the three top universities for talented recruits was always fierce, especially at special admissions events for provincial top scorers like this one. The atmosphere grew so tense that even fights between admissions teachers were not uncommon. Not long after, a sharp swish sound echoed as the sliding door of the reception room opened. A tall figure entered, a long spear strapped across his back. It was none other than Jing Ming. The moment he stepped into the reception room, all three pairs of eyes locked onto him at once. Zhang Xiaoye carefully observed Jing Ming and silently assessed him. The boy's body was powerful, and the spear strapped across his back bore signs of damage, clear evidence that it had been heavily used during the exam. What stood out even more was that Jing Ming showed not the slightest trace of fear when facing the pressure radiating from the three of them. His willpower was clearly unshakable. Immediately after, Principal Zhao Yao began introducing the backgrounds of the three guests to Jing Ming. Jing Ming politely bowed to each of them, his expression full of respect. Even from the brief interaction, he could vaguely sense the dangerous auras surrounding the three before him. There was no need to ask. Their strength was at least Tier 4. Zhang Xiaowei was the first to speak, her tone calm and gentle. "Jingming, we've all watched the combat footage from your martial arts exam. Your actual combat ability is extraordinarily strong, truly astonishing. But I do have one question. The ability you displayed doesn't seem to match the weak Yi-level lightning power you registered with when you first awakened. Could you tell us why? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer, we're just curious." Even Principal Zhao Yao standing nearby revealed a curious look. For this very question, Jing Ming had already prepared an explanation. He calmly said that before the martial arts exam, during training, he had been struck by lightning. After that incident, he realized that his ability had become much stronger. Struck by natural lightning, leading to an ability mutation? It sounded plausible. Before arriving, the three teachers had already investigated the matter in detail and knew that the day before the exam, Jing Ming had indeed been struck by lightning. All three nodded slightly, accepting his explanation. Right after, Zhang Jiawei raised her right hand as though conjured from thin air. A sleek black device with a futuristic design appeared in her palm. "Jingming, you probably still don't know the exact classification of your mutated ability. Do you? Conveniently, I brought a portable ability scanner with me. Why don't you give it a try?" Hearing this, Jingming nodded and stepped forward. He had only ever seen an ability scanner once before. At the age of 16, during his awakening ceremony, that machine had been enormous, nearly the size of a double-door refrigerator. He had never seen such a compact version before, and he had no idea how to operate it. "You just need to activate your ability," Zhang Zhouyue reminded him. At her words, Jingming took a deep breath and directly unleashed the purple heaven divine lightning. In an instant, violent, blinding purple lightning burst forth, wrapping around his entire body. Terrifying, too ferocious. All three instructors were simultaneously shaken. They could clearly feel the overwhelming destructive force hidden within that lightning. Even with their Tier 5 strength, they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in front of such power. At that moment, the device in front of Jingming activated. A blue beam of light shot out from the machine, scanning Jingming from head to toe, along with the lightning surrounding him. But before the scanner could provide any assessment, it shattered under Jingming's power. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes bulged wide, and he nearly cried out in shock. He had no idea what had just happened. The three instructors, though mentally prepared, still found their breathing turning heavy after witnessing the result with their own eyes. The machine's destruction meant only one thing. Jingming's ability was at least shrank. As expected, this time we've truly bet on the right person. Zhang Xiaowei smiled faintly, secretly making up her mind no matter what. She had to recruit Jingming. Wu Yuan, the instructor from Jin City Ability University, immediately brightened, her eyes flashing as she became the first to speak. Jingming, as long as you choose Jin City Ability University, the moment you enroll, you'll be awarded a scholarship of 4 million, along with a full set of C-grade equipment. On top of that, for your entire 4 years of the university, every single cultivation method and combat technique you need will be provided completely free of charge. That's all you've got. And you dare to brag? Su Yun raised her brows, her own eyes glowing as she fixed them sharply on Jingming. Jingming, if you choose Qingjing Ability University, not only will we provide all cultivation methods and combat techniques, but we'll also give you an admission scholarship of 6 million, along with every piece of equipment you'll ever need throughout your 4 years of study. Finally, it was Zhang Jiawei's turn. After a brief pause to think, she spoke slowly. Our school also has a full range of cultivation methods and combat techniques. However, we won't offer scholarships or equipment. Instead, every year, we will grant you a share of S-grade cultivation resources. S-grade cultivation resources? What's that? Jingming was slightly taken aback. Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged shocked glances. Jingming might not grasp it, but they did. The S-grade cultivation resources were invaluable treasures, beyond monetary worth. Even for TIER5 ability users like them, these resources held immense power. Zhang Jiaoyu then asked, "Are you familiar with dragon-type fierce beasts?" Hearing her question, Jingming nodded. Fierce beasts came in many species, some weak, some unimaginably strong. Certain creatures were born with extraordinary might, their forms resembling the legendary dragon race, and so they were classified as dragon-type beasts. The moment they were born, they would already be Tier 4 or Tier 5. When fully grown, they could reach Tier 7 or even Tier 8. Zhang Xiaowei smiled faintly. Good. Among our S-grade resources, there is one called Dragon Blood, drawn from a Tier -8 dragon beast. Just a single drop can strengthen the body to rival that of a dragon beast itself. And the S-grade resources our school provides are all of this level, equal to Dragon Blood. Now, do you understand? At that, even Su Yun felt herself tempted by the benefits Jingming was being offered. The Magic City University truly lived up to its wealth. Wu Yuan, on the other hand, grew indignant. She believed S-grade resources should be reserved for the most outstanding students. How could they possibly give such a thing to a freshman? That was simply unfair competition. All right, now it's time for you to make your decision, Zhang Jiawei said firmly. Among the 3 top universities, which will you choose? The 3 instructors simultaneously fixed their gazes on Jingming, awaiting his answer. Facing their stares, Jingming fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. I choose Magic City Ability University, because ability points could only be earned by hunting fierce beasts. What he cared about most was the real combat training capacity of the top universities. His answer left the other 2 professors slightly disappointed. At that moment, Jingming bowed deeply. Thank you very much for the appreciation and concern both teachers have shown me. Just then, Zhang Jiawei retrieved a large, ornate invitation card decorated with a tiger's head pattern from her spatial ring and handed it to Jingming. Thank you for choosing Madu University. We look forward to your enrollment. This is your admission letter to Madu Awakened Ability University. Normally, freshmen register on September 1st, but since your case is special, you may report earlier. We'll arrange private accommodations for you. Jingming was surprised by this information and immediately asked if he would be allowed access to the library to preview cultivation methods and combat techniques in advance. Zhang Jiaye happily agreed. She explained that the Modu University Library could even prepare a private study room for him, ensuring no one would disturb him. This is my contact information. Once you arrive in Modu, just reach out to me. Hearing this, Jingming was overjoyed. Holding the admission letter in his hands, he could hardly contain his excitement. He wanted nothing more than to set off immediately to register for school. Not long after, Jingming set out for the city of Modu. Seeing him off was the family of Xu Qingyuan, the only relatives he had in this world. Su Qingyuan couldn't hold back her tears as she watched Jingming grow into such a strong young man. Her husband Duang Daolin gently consoled her. This time, Xiaoming is going to spread his wings and soar. You mustn't worry too much. Then he turned to Tang Qi. Ah, that's right. Qi, you should be filling out your own college application soon, shouldn't you? Since Jingming chose Modu Awakened Ability University, you should also pick a school nearby. That way the two of you can look after each other. Don't you think that makes sense? Yes, I understand. Father, mother, Tang Qi replied, a little flustered. After all, entrance scores in a big city like Modu were extremely high. The scene shifted to a high-speed train. There were still 6 hours left until arrival. During the ride, Jingming decided to review his newly acquired cultivation method. Among all the rewards he had received from the college entrance exams, the most valuable was undoubtedly this book, The Oceanic Domain Cultivation Method. Just like awakened abilities, cultivation methods were divided into 4 ranks: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The higher the rank, the faster one could cultivate. The book in Jingming's hands was an intermediate-level cultivation method. With his current spirit power of 188, it would take him only half a day to fully memorize the entire contents. According to the records in the book, there existed a special kind of energy between heaven and earth. Following the method outlined inside, Jingming was able to sense this mysterious energy on his very first day. At the same time, a plus sign appeared next to his level on the system status panel, reminding him that he could level up. But Jingming chose not to upgrade yet. The book stated clearly, from the awakening stage to advancing as an awakened ability user. If one used a higher grade cultivation method for the breakthrough, the results would be far superior. Once he officially enrolled, Jingming would have the chance to access supreme-level cultivation methods. Naturally, he wasn't about to waste such a precious opportunity on a mere intermediate manual. After leaving the train station, Jingming hailed a taxi to the university. The moment he stepped out of the car, he was stunned. The university gate stretched nearly 100 meters wide. He couldn't help but wonder how magnificent the campus inside must be. He didn't have to wait long. As soon as he passed through the gate, Professor Zhang Xiaoye drove up to him in a car. Welcome, student Jingming. Here to register. Get in. I'll take you to complete your enrollment procedures first. The campus was unimaginably vast, complete with dedicated bus routes for students. Professor Zhang chuckled as he noticed Jingming's awe. What do you think? Our university is impressive, isn't it? It spans 40,000 mu, roughly 26 square kilometers. Each student has about 26 square meters. Visitors often remark that you couldn't explore it all in a single day. Jingming felt that seeing it with his own eyes was far better than hearing it described 100 times. Before long, he had finished the registration process and received his student ID card along with a multifunctional access card. With just a swipe, he could freely enter and exit the dormitories. But when he was finally taken to his assigned residence, Jingming was completely dumbfounded. Back in his old world, before his transmigration, he had studied all the way up to the doctoral level. Yet he had never seen dormitories like this. There were 4-person rooms, single rooms, even double rooms with a living area. But those were typically reserved for PhD candidates. Here, however, they actually used luxurious villas as student dormitories. Professor Zhang introduced cheerfully, "At our university, every student has their own villa. The level of luxury depends on your entrance exam scores. With your ranking as the top scorer in the province, your accommodation is, of course, among the very best. Over 800 square meters in total. But don't worry about being lonely. Each villa houses 2 students. It has 2 floors, one for each of you, spacious, yet comfortable." Walking inside, Jingming felt that a 2-person dorm was actually quite nice. At least it was better than living completely alone. Whether in his previous world or after transmigrating, he had always been an orphan. Truthfully, Jingming would have preferred a 4-person dorm, since the lively, warm atmosphere was far more appealing. Once enrollment was finalized, the advisor continued. Now, let me explain our university's special rules. There are 2 key points, the credit system and the personal mentor system. First, the credit system. At Maju Awakened Ability University, credits are essential. They cover meals, equipment purchases, and even rare materials. Each credit equals 10,000 in cash. There were several ways to earn credits. The first was through the school's annual evaluations. For example, Professor Zhang explained, "You, student Jingming, upon admission, you've been evaluated at grade S. That means this year you'll receive 100 credits." As she spoke, Professor Zhang clapped her hands and called out, "Eva, come out." A strange orb appeared beside her, and a voice announced, "Current credits for student Jingming, 100 points." Professor Zhang smiled and explained, "This is the AI system in every dorm room. Meet Eva. The real Eva is the university's top AI, but this clone meets level 4 I standards and can assist with all aspects of daily life." Jing was astonished by this revelation. Just a clone, yet already level.4. The AI technology on this planet far surpassed anything from his previous world. The second point you must keep in mind, Professor Zhang continued, is the personal mentor system. Every student may choose a professor they admire to become their disciple. Studying directly under their guidance, of course, the professor must accept you as well. The mentors here were all high-ranking ability users, nearly every one of them possessing self-created combat techniques and secret cultivation methods. Such knowledge was never shared publicly. Only accepted disciples could learn them. At Modu University, in the Thunder Department alone, there are 4 mentors in total. Among them, there's one in particular I'd like to introduce you to. She paused for emphasis. Dinyang Zhenshin of the Weaponry Institute is 52, a level 7 ability user with mastery over wind and fire, plus a minus rank in lightning. Proficient in Thunderclap Fist and various weapon swords, spears, great blades. His true specialty is the spear, earning him the title, the Thunder Spear. Once, he faced an 8th-ranked beast, the Earthquake Beetle, alone in the wilderness. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, culminating in his victory as he personally slew the monster with his spear. She audited besides him. There are 3 other mentors. 2 from the Elemental Institute, and another from the Weaponry Institute who specializes in long swords. Ultimately, the choice is yours. For Jingming, the decision was simple. Dinyang Zhen. After all, he too possessed lightning powers and favored the spear as his weapon. The next day, it took Jingming more than 20 minutes to reach the faculty villa district. Compared to the student dorms, the living environment here was on an entirely different level. The villas were nestled against the mountains, with a wide artificial lake at the center. Picturesque scenery filled the grounds, arched bridges over flowing streams, artificial hills, cascading waterfalls. Jingming approached the gate, ready to press the doorbell, when a male voice, laced with amusement, called out, "Here to seek apprenticeship, are you?" Turning, Jingming spotted a young man in white, standing about 5 meters away, with delicate features, short hair, and a gentle smile. Jingming frowned slightly and opted not to respond. Seeing Jingming's indifference, the young man didn't mind and continued smiling as he spoke. "Normally, anyone who comes looking for Teacher Yang, apart from his current disciples, can only be here to seek apprenticeship. As for my teacher students, I practically know all of them by face, and you're not one of them. So that means you must be here to become his disciple." Jingming nodded in confirmation. He wasn't surprised that the other party guessed his intention. The young man went on. "In the past years, the special admission students were at least senior level 1, if not intermediate level 1. I didn't expect that this year's candidate would be someone who's only just awakened. I'm Tan Mingyang, a 3rd year at the Weapon Academy. And you? Jingming, a 1st-year freshman. I just enrolled today. Already looking for a master on your first day? That's ambitious. Most freshmen wait until after the grand competition to find a teacher." Grand competition? Jingming frowned. Zhang Xiaowei hadn't mentioned that. Seeing his confusion, Tan Mingyang explained simply, "It's a tradition at the Magic Capital University of Supernatural Abilities, usually 3 or 4 days after all the freshmen have enrolled. The competition is held. At that time, most of the professors come to watch. Those who stand out in the freshman grand competition are often courted by different academies, and sometimes even taken as direct disciples by professors themselves. Of course, Since you're a special admission student, you don't have to wait for the freshman grand competition to seek apprenticeship. Tan Mingyang acknowledged Jingming's approach. Still, he didn't say out loud that even for special admission students, the odds of being accepted by the dean right away were slim, about the same as winning the lottery. More often than not, it was a wasted effort. "Thank you for the guidance," Jingming said gratefully. Then, with curiosity, he asked, "Are you also here to seek apprenticeship under Teacher Yang?" "That's right," Tan Mingyang nodded. "I've come here several times in the past 6 months, but I've never met the standards required to be accepted. I was already about to give up, but deep down, I just couldn't let it go." Just then, the villa doors suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed like a butler appeared. "Welcome, gentlemen. Teacher Yang has been waiting inside for you. Please, follow me." The smile on his face was warm, like a spring breeze. For Jingming, it was his first time here, so nothing seemed unusual. But Tan Mingyang was slightly taken aback. This wasn't his first visit. While the butler had always been polite, he had never been so enthusiastic before. More importantly, according to the butler, Teacher Yang was already waiting inside, carrying these doubts. Both Tan Mingyang and Jingming followed him into the villa. Led by the butler, they entered the living room. As soon as they stepped inside, Jingming saw 2 figures at the center of the room. To the right sat a young man, seemingly about the same age as Tan Mingyang. His appearance was rather ordinary, the kind of face you'd never notice if you threw him into a crowd. Beside the young man stood a middle-aged man in a fitted gray suit. His build was powerful, and in his eyes flickered a sharp light like lightning. The instant their gazes met, Jingming felt as if a high-level dragon beast was staring straight into his soul. Every hair on his body stood on end. He instantly realized this man was Yang Zhenchen. Yang Zhenchen waved his hand, signaling the butler to leave, then turned his gaze directly toward Jingming. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "You must be Jingming, right? Zhang Jiawei has already informed me about you. Come, let's head to the training room." After saying that, he immediately stood up and went to the second floor. Seeing this, Jingming quickly followed behind. Under Yang Zhenchen's lead, Jingming entered the training room. It was a spacious chamber, more than 100 square meters in size, with a weapon rack on the side holding all kinds of weapons. "I've already watched a video of your martial arts university entrance exam. Your actual combat strength is indeed impressive, and your spear technique has reached a remarkable level. But before anything else, I want to see with my own eyes your S-rank ability, the one known as Violet Heaven Divine Lightning." Yang Zhenchen's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at Jingming. S-rank lightning ability. Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Without hesitation, Jingming activated his ability. Crack, crack, hiss. Low thunder rumbled as arcs of electricity surged. Violet divine lightning enveloped him, radiating an ancient primeval aura. The moment it appeared, the training room was filled with an overwhelming, majestic pressure that was indescribable. This was the true power of an S-rank ability. Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Yang Zhenchen's eyes shone with fascination as he stared at the bluish-violet arms of Jingming. Although he himself also possessed a lightning-type ability and was a level 7 ability wielder. The fundamental difference between rank A and rank S was something that could hardly be bridged. If this child is willing to undergo rigorous training, his future achievements will absolutely rival my own. After taking several deep breaths, Yang Zhenchen gradually calmed his excitement, his eyes fixed on Jingming, his expression solemn. "Jingming, I know why you've come here, with your ability and power. With your ability and power. With your potential. Becoming my disciple is naturally no problem, but there's something I must make clear first. I've spent half my life traveling across the world, made many friends, but also countless enemies. Once you become my disciple, you will inevitably be implicated. My enemies may even target you. I need to know whether you're willing to bear that risk." "I am willing, Master." Without a trace of hesitation, Jingming bowed respectfully and formally acknowledged him as teacher. Jingming understood well No high-level ability wielder ever rose to greatness without braving storms of blood and slaughter, especially someone like Yang Zhenchen, renowned for his killing prowess. Who knew how many fierce beasts and enemies he had already slain if he couldn't shoulder even this much danger? Then, at the Ability University of Magic City, he probably wouldn't find a teacher more suitable than this one. Good, good, good. Yang Zhenchen's voice rang out 3 times, unable to suppress his excitement. From today onward, you are officially my 32nd disciple, an S-rank awakened ability wielder. Such a person appeared in the Great Sha Nation only once every several years. As he finished speaking, the ring on Yang Zhenchen's right hand glowed. In an instant, 2 manuals appeared in his hand. This, he said, is a top-tier method for cultivating your ability. And this is a physical combat technique I personally created. Jingming accepted both manuals with both hands, his heart surging with excitement. Combat techniques came in many forms. Some focused on movement, others on blade arts. For example, the lightning gale break that Jingming had previously learned. Compared to ordinary combat skills, these were exceptionally rare. The cultivation method needed no introduction. It was one of the university's 3 supreme methods. The indestructible thunder body, a body-forging technique, was the life's work of Yang Zhenchen. After thorough evaluation by both the Thunder Martial Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Hall, and was officially classified as an S-level martial technique. Yang Zhenchen's voice was calm and deliberate, yet when Jingming heard his words, his heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected to receive an S-rank martial technique, just like ability rankings. Combat techniques also had their own tiers. The higher the level, the harder they were to cultivate. But once mastered, their power was beyond imagination. For most level 6 martialists, being able to create an A-rank combat technique was already something astonishing. But Yang Zhenchen had not only created an S-rank technique, he had crafted one of the most powerful and complex kinds, tied directly to the mysteries of the human body. There was no denying it. His martial talent was terrifyingly extraordinary. Seeing Jingming's astonishment, Yang Zhenchen smiled and said, "Indestructible Thunder Body is a technique suitable only for lightning. It has 13 stages. Each breakthrough allows the body to undergo a complete rebirth, shedding the old and forging the new. But even now, I have only cultivated it to the 10th stage. The last 3 stages remain untested by anyone. Also, remember this, Indestructible Thunder Body can only be cultivated once you've reached Ability User Level 1. For now, you should train with Extreme Ability, Tempering Method. Once you break through, I will help you establish the foundation for cultivating Indestructible Thunder Body." "Thank you, Master. I understand." Jingming bowed deeply in gratitude. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, having a teacher made all the difference. If he had to rely solely on himself, he would never be able to devise such a meticulous training path. As Jingming left, Yang Zhenchen's eyes shone brightly. Indestructible Thunder Body is the crystallization of all my insights into martial arts and lightning abilities. If one day I fail to step onto the summit of Martial Saint, then Jingming will be my greatest hope of proving this technique's worth. If he can cultivate it to perfection, his body might truly reach the state of immortality and indestructibility. More than 10 minutes later, Jingming left the villa, his mind brimming with gains. But right at the entrance, he ran into Tan Mingyang, who had just come out. Only this time, there was no trace of a smile on Tan Mingyang's face, only bitterness. Clearly, his attempt at apprenticeship had failed. Seeing this, Jingming showed concern. "Brother Tan, what happened to your face?" Tan Mingyang answered gloomily. "Don't even mention it. Did you see that man in the main hall just now? That was Senior Brother Liu, the head disciple of the dean himself. For me to be accepted as a disciple, I had to defeat him while he was only using 1/10 of his strength. But up till now, I still can't do it. I'm afraid I'll never pass that trial in my life. Anyway, I suppose you were rejected too, right? It's not easy to get him to take you in as a student. Want me to share some of my experience?" Jingming shook his head lightly. "No need. I've already been accepted." Tan Mingyang nearly bulged his eyes in shock. He knew very well that before the freshman grand tournament, the deans would never easily take in disciples. And yet, something like this had just happened? Could it be that he's really the principal's son? But looking at his appearance, doesn't seem like it. Watching that figure gradually disappear into the distance, Tan Mingyang, after countless failures, once again sank into an endless whirlpool of self-doubt. Meanwhile, Jingming returned to the villa and went straight up to the second-floor training room. Compared to Teacher Yang's training hall, this room was smaller, only about 80 square meters, but it was more than enough for daily training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jingming opened up the extreme ability tempering method and began to study it, compared to the intermediate ocean region ability cultivation method. This technique was indeed far more profound. It took him a full 4 hours to fully comprehend it. As expected of a top-tier cultivation method, the amount of spiritual energy I can sense is far greater than with an intermediate method. A hint of joy flashed across Jingming's face as he opened his eyes. The fact that he could already sense spiritual energy meant his cultivation path was absolutely correct. The next step, he didn't need to train slowly, step by step. He could directly allocate points to break through. At his mental command, a pale blue system interface surfaced within his consciousness. Allocate points without the slightest hesitation. Jingming tapped the plus beside his rank. In that instant, spiritual energy from the air surged madly into his body. Following the circulation method of extreme ability tempering, it automatically coursed through him, relentlessly strengthening his ability, physique, and spirit. Only when he shattered some unseen barrier did the flood finally calm rank. Awakener, right-pointing arrow, low-tier, level 1 ability user. Haha, I broke through. Clenching his fists, Jingming could clearly feel the power in his body had more than doubled compared to before. More importantly, his ability had also been strengthened. Violet Heaven, divine lightning with a low shout, accompanied by sharp crackling arcs. Bluish-violet lightning flared around his body, compared to before the break. These thunderbolts were obviously larger, their color deeper and more profound. If I ran into that bear from the entrance exam now, I wouldn't even need a spear. Just these lightning bolts alone would be enough to kill it. No wonder every ability user longed to obtain a high-level cultivation method. Normally, using such a method to break through would only increase one's physique and spirit by about 30 to 40 points. But this time, his increase was nearly a full 100. The difference was staggering. This breakthrough had only cost him 300 ability points. With so many left over, he needed to save the rest for later, especially for training battle techniques. That way, he could guarantee having enough points for accumulation. Take the Undying Lightning Body, for example. It was even more important than cultivation methods. As expected of an S-ranked battle technique, its offensive power was overwhelming. But the price was a terrifying drain on ability energy. He had no idea how long it would take before he could use it. The next morning, after washing up and tidying himself, Jingming once again sought out teacher Yang Zhenqian. When Yang Zhenqin heard he had already broken through into an ability user, he couldn't help but be stunned. So fast? In more than 20 years of teaching at the Metropolitan Ability University, he had seen countless prodigies. But even the most gifted students usually needed significant time to move from awakener to ability user. Yet Jingming, barely 24 hours later, Jingming smiled humbly. Perhaps the accumulation was already there, so it just erupted now. It's just a fast breakthrough, nothing worth bragging about. Practicing your Undying Lightning Body, even just laying the foundation, is already going to be extremely difficult. Oh, the so-called foundation laying required the blood of a thunder-type beast as a guiding medium, combined with one's own lightning ability to temper the body. Fortifying bones, strength mattered, but the durability of the Undying Lightning Body in the future depended entirely on the quality of the Thunder Beast blood used at the start. In that case, today we'll forge the foundation of your everlasting lightning body. What I've prepared for you is the essence blood of a high-tier level 10 Thunder Beast, the Storm Giant Bear. With a flick of his finger, Yang Zhenqian's ring glowed brightly. High-level beast blood is rare. I had planned to use the blood of a level 10 Thunder Beast and the level 7 Storm Bear I killed. However, after learning from Zhang Zhaoyang that S-rank resources can only be claimed once a year, I decided to combine both and even approach the Dean to request a Sulfur Monosulfide rank. The blood of a level 8 Thunderstorm Dragon. A transparent glass vial immediately appeared in his hand. Its volume was around 800 milliliters. Inside, the bright red blood rippled faintly, with flashes of silver, the silver lightning gleaming within. Staring at the vial of essence blood, Jingming felt a rush of excitement. He knew just how valuable this was. He hadn't expected Yang Jinchen and the Dean to favor him this much. Deep inside, he made a vow. When I become truly powerful, I will repay this kindness 100-fold. I'm glad you think that way. Let's begin. Take off your outer robe and sit cross-legged. Obeying, Jingming removed his jacket, revealing his broad shoulders and lean, solid muscles before sitting cross-legged on the floor. Almost immediately, he felt a chill snake down his spine, followed by sharp stabs of pain, piercing straight into his bones. As Yang Zhenqian began pouring the beast blood over his back, the burning sting wasn't overwhelming, but it was as if something were drilling directly into his marrow, forcing his brow to furrow. To me, as a high-level ability user, this ritual is nothing, but to you, as a low-level ability user, it's akin to poison. Just touching it on your skin is enough to cause searing pain, Yang Jinqian explained as he carefully spread the essence blood across Jingming's back. Over 10 minutes later, the vial was emptied. Jingming's bare back now glowed with a radiant silver sheen. Next, I'll use the true Firestorm Lightning to help you forge the foundation of the undying lightning body. In essence, this process is about fusing the Thunder Beast's essence blood into your bloodstream. But how much you can ultimately absorb will depend entirely on your own ability. Yang Zhenqian drew in a deep breath, then barked lowly. True Firestorm Lightning, Scarlet Lightning, countless times more powerful than Jingming's own Violet Heaven Divine Lightning, erupted from Yang Zhenqian's body. Thunder roared, and the temperature in the training hall soared, as if it had become a blazing furnace. This process will take 4 to 5 days and will be excruciating. You must endure and, most importantly, stay conscious. Losing consciousness will severely reduce the absorption of the essence blood. As he spoke, blazing scarlet lightning descended, engulfing Jingming. Each bolt could obliterate him if it struck incorrectly, but a 7th-tier superior ability user controlled it with precision. Yang Zhenqian expertly maintained control. Threads of true Firestorm Lightning infused the Thunderstorm Dragon's essence and blood into Jingming, relentlessly refining his veins, meridians, and bones. For Jingming, the ordeal felt like being gnawed by countless ants' pains searing into his marrow. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to faint, silently enduring the torment. 5 days later, at Villa number 23, Uncle Fu. It's already the 5th day, and Master still isn't finished? Lu Ming, one of Yang Zhenchen's other disciples, sat on the couch and asked the butler beside him. This was the 3rd time he had come by in the past few days. This new junior brother of mine has lasted longer than I expected, he muttered, feeling uneasy as he thought back. Back then, I only managed to hold out for 2 days, and all I used was the blood essence of a grade 7 lower rank beast. Junior brother's performance truly lives up to the ground. This is grade 8 dragon beast blood essence, not to mention combining it with an S-rank lightning ability. I'm starting to look forward to his immortal lightning body. Row. Just then, a roar like that of a dragon-type savage beast echoed through the villa. The sound carried both majesty and ferocity. Just hearing it was enough to make one feel as though a dreadful dragon was roaring right before their eyes. As junior brother finally completed his foundation, that aura, it's just like a peak-tier beast, sending chills down my spine. Lu Ming hurried upstairs. The moment he stepped into the training room, he was struck by a terrifying pressure, as if a high-ranked beast was bearing down on him. The oppressive force made him shiver, his heartbeat pounding wildly. And then he saw the source of it. At the center of the training room stood Jingming, completely different from his usual humble and gentle demeanor. His entire being now radiated a violent, domineering aura. His once clear eyes were now blood red, his upper body bare, muscles taut with veins bulging beneath his skin. Influenced by his master's frenzy, violet blue lightning crackled and danced around him, turning wild. The training room flickered with each pulse, synchronized with Jingming's breath. His gaze fixed on Lu Ming like a predator stalking its prey. In an instant, he lunged forward with terrifying speed, launching an attack that caught Lu Ming completely off guard. Jingming snagged. A snap out of it, a loud shout rang out, and Jingming's movements halted. His head throbbed painfully as he turned toward Yang Zhenchen and asked, "Master, what happened to me just now? Why did I feel such an overwhelming urge to destroy everything?" Rather than worrying, Yang Zhenchen looked exhilarated. He explained, "What you just experienced was caused by the lightning dragon beast blood essence affecting your mind. Lightning-type beasts are notorious for their ferocity. Since your fusion rate is so high, such side effects are to be expected. But don't worry. As long as you keep your emotions steady, nothing will go wrong. As your strength grows, these side effects will gradually fade away." Hearing this, Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I can rest easy. I don't ever want to let my emotions control me and end up doing something I regret." Yang Jin checked his condition, his face full of excitement. "You should be overjoyed. This fusion was almost perfect. Your absorption rate reached 98%. Out of more than 20 disciples, I've trained in the immortal lightning body. The highest anyone has ever reached was 92%. You've broken a record that stood for years." At this, Lu Ming also smiled warmly and congratulated him. "Congratulations, junior brother. Anyone who can successfully establish the foundation for the immortal lightning body is bound to have a smooth cultivation path ahead." Yang Zhenchen then added, "This is your senior brother, Lu Ming. He possesses a peak Tier 3 ability. If you ever encounter difficulties in your training, you can go to him for guidance." At that moment, Jingming politely greeted him, and Lu Ming responded with a smile. "I haven't prepared a gift for you yet, so as a meeting gift, I'll transfer you some accumulated credits." Lu Ming's temperament was gentle, and he always did what he said. Seeing that master didn't stop him. In fact, Yang Zhen even gave a slight nod. Jingming quickly reported his student ID number. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a notification. His student account had just increased by 200 credits. So many. Staring at the message, Jingming froze for a second. 200 credits. That was equivalent to 2 million. For me, it's just 200 credits. Nothing much at all. Lu Ming waved it off casually. Yang Zhenchen chuckled heartily. Senior brothers must take good care of their juniors. When the day comes that you have younger disciples, you'll also need to prepare meeting gifts like this. "Yes, master, I understand." Jingming nodded, showing he had taken the lesson to heart. With a wave of his hand, Yang Zhenchen's brows revealed a trace of fatigue. "You've just successfully established your foundation, and you haven't eaten or drunk anything for the past 5 days. Go back and rest well. Return tomorrow. I'll have you follow senior brother Lu to learn fist and spear techniques." Not daring to disturb any further Lu, Jingming respectfully took his leave and exited the villa. Jingming's villa, located in Student Dormitory District Number 3, House Number 32, greeted him with an unexpected sight. The door he had securely locked was now wide open. It seemed his roommate had already moved in. Smiling, Jingming stepped inside and found a male student lounging on the sofa, engrossed in video games in the living room. As soon as the boy heard someone enter, he turned and saw Jingming walk in. His eyes lit up, and he jumped to his feet, rushing over to extend his hand. "You must be my roommate, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Wenchao. Likewise, I'm Shu Jingming." "Zhu Jingming, the top scorer of Zhongdan Province?" Wen Tao exclaimed, surprised. The reaction left Jingming a little puzzled. "You know me?" "Of course I do," Wen Tao exclaimed as he circled around. "I ain't Jingming curiously. My nickname is the Walking Encyclopedia. I've got all the info on this year's freshmen. Normally, I wouldn't have checked your file, but your performance was just too eye-catching, so I picked up some details. The champion of Zhongdong Province. Can't believe I get to share a room with you." "Oh, right. Are you really from poor Zhongcheng in Zhongden? And during the entrance exam, you only just awakened your ability? But your ability doesn't feel like E-rank at all. Lu Wentao was naturally outgoing and easy to talk to. Though they had just met, he was already slinging an arm over Jingming's shoulder, firing off one question after another, far from being annoyed. Jingming found the corners of his lips curving upward. After all, he's a genius. He had always hated loneliness. In this life or the last. In my previous life. I grew up in an orphanage. No one ever adopted me. I never felt what it was like to belong anywhere. Only when I went to school did I finally have friends around me. The happiest time of my life was during college, chatting and gaming with friends every day. Then I went on to get my master's and PhD. Who would have thought that after one drunken night at my graduation party, I'd wake up in this world instead? Even after crossing over, I was still an orphan. Now I have a roommate, so maybe I won't feel so lonely. Through our conversation, I learned that Lu Wentao is from Zhou province, ranking in the top 20 there. He has an A-ranked psychic ability and chose the martial Dao major. One day, I'll be a military commander, Wentao said proudly, leading millions to eliminate every savage beast on Blue Star. After chatting for a while, Jingming stood up. All right, we've talked enough. I'm heading to the Martial Hall. The Martial Hall? Can I come with you? I've never been there before. Soon they arrived at the Martial Hall. Lu Wentao gazed around in awe. So this is the Thunder Martial Hall of Modu Ability University. Wow, it's packed. Inside, the sound of people talking filled the air. Haha, I finally mastered a level 4 technique. Blazing Sunfire. HMPH. So what if you mastered it? You still can't break through my metallic skin. You lot are nothing. As soon as I enlarge my body threefold, a single slap is enough to plaster you against the wall. Eva followed the two and began explaining. This is the public martial arena. The main hall can hold up to 300 people training at the same time. All the walls are forged from 4th grade alloy combined with memory metal, so there's no need to worry about abilities or techniques causing damage. She suggested, if you prefer, you can also choose a private training room, but Jingming felt the atmosphere here was good enough. The floor beneath their feet trembled from the force of the training, making Lu Wentao mutter under his breath. Good grief? Are these people trying to outdo each other? It's so noisy. You sure talk a lot. Eva, what are those pillars for? Eva quickly explained. That's the power challenge ranking. There are 5 lists, corresponding to ability users from level 1 to level 5. Would either of you like to give it a try? If you make it into the top 3,000s, you'll be rewarded with 50 contribution points. Just top 3,000s for a reward. Sounds easy enough? The whole school only has around 4,000 students anyway. Let me try first, Wentao said eagerly. He strode straight into the center of the hall. Eva reminded him. All you need to do is swipe your student card on the pillar to start the challenge. But remember, you can't use abilities or combat techniques. It has to be pure physical strength. Wentao nodded, then swiped his student card at the sensor on the first pillar. Hello, Lu Wentao, student number 236, 701, 256, beginning power challenge. Everyone, please cheer for him. The announcement startled Lu Wentao. It was louder than he expected, and immediately drew everyone's attention. Someone's challenging. Ha. Judging by his aura's attention. Someone's challenging. Ha. Judging by his aura, he's only mid-level rank 1. Definitely a freshman. This'll be fun to watch. Laughter and teasing glances filled the hall, and Lu Wentao froze in the center, caught off guard by the public attention. With no way to back out, he took a deep breath, summoned his strength, and unleashed his strongest punch at the target plate. Boom! A deep thud resonated as the plate shook violently. Exhaling slowly, Lu Wentao felt a surge of satisfaction. Breaking into the top 3,000 seemed within reach. The announcer's voice echoed, initially excited but soon tinged with disappointment. Power level 476 kilograms. Unfortunately, your rank is over 100,000. Lu Wentao's expression went blank. What? The school had just over 4,000 students. He quickly understood the rankings included alumni too. No wonder everyone was watching. They were expecting a joke. Laughter erupted. Over 100,000? That's hilarious. When I was a freshman, I didn't score that low. Look at him. Face as red as a monkey, definitely a newbie. Jingming approached to encourage him. Don't worry, you're a psychic ability user. Physical strength isn't your thing. Wenao chuckled sheepishly. Thanks for the consolation. Why don't you give it a try? You'll definitely score higher than me. Jingming nodded with interest. He wanted to test his strength as well. Go for it. The honor of our dorm is on the line. Wen Tao cheered. When Jingming swiped his card, the announcer's voice rang out again. Hello, Jingming. Student number 203701204. Beginning power challenge. Everyone, please cheer for him. Another challenger? Ram1, please cheer for him. Another challenger? He looks even weaker than the last guy, only low-level rank 1. I'd be surprised if he even lifts 400 kilograms. That name sounds familiar. The spectators doubt Jingming, but he remains unfazed. He takes a deep breath, channeling every ounce of blood and chi to the limit. His stance straightens, waist powering the movement, body twisting to drive his arm. His fist shot forward like an arrow from a bow, blurring into a shadow, and smashed savagely against the target plate. The deafening crash was like a warhammer striking steel, resounding through the hall, punching power. 489 kilograms, the pinnacle of raw strength. Congratulations, you've broken the record. The resounding announcement echoed throughout the grand hall. Because of Jingming's appearance, every single name on the ranking board rippled like waves, shifting downward one after another. Rank 1, Jingming, punching power, 4589 kilogram. Rank 2, Li Yong, punching power, 4321 kilogram. Rank 3, Chen Dehai, punching power, 4122 kilogram. The sudden turn of events left those who had planned to ridicule Jingming feeling as though their throats were clamped shut, completely silenced. What? The punching power record was just broken? More than 4,500 kilograms. So this punch is the way to the world's best? And the one who did it was just a level 1 novice? A single punch like that could crush a body into paste. Yet it came from a freshman. The Thunder Martial Hall has stood since Madu University of Supernatural Abilities was founded. Its 5 ranking pillars on the 3rd floor track the punching strength of over 100,000 students. Those in the top 1,000 are strong enough to lead their generation. For over a decade, no one had broken the record on the first pillar until a new student did. Instantly, countless people pulled out their phones to capture this historic moment. Hearing the commotion around him, Lu Wentao was so excited that Jingming had shattered the record that he declared from now on he would follow him as a little brother. Jingming only smiled and shook his head. No need to exaggerate like that. In truth, even he hadn't expected this outcome. At first, he thought he could maybe hit around 3,500 kilograms at most. He hadn't imagined it would surpass that by over 1,000. Looks like this cultivation method really suits me. The boost in strength is instantly obvious. Jingming nodded to himself, then turned to Eva beside him. Breaking a record comes with credit rewards too, right? Eva confirmed. Because Jingming had set a new record, he would be awarded 400 credits. The news filled Jingming with joy. His student account now had more than 700 credits. Excited, he asked, if I break the record again later, will I get more credits? Unfortunately, Eva shook her head. Within the same tier, you could only claim the reward the first time you broke a record. However, Jingming could still challenge the other pillars and earn new rewards there. The refusal left him a little disappointed. After all, his true strength was still far from the peak of level 1, and he was certain he'd shatter the level 1 records many more times in the future. But the other 4 pillars were for levels 2 through 5. He could always smash those later. By now, the atmosphere in the hall had eased, and the girls around began walking up with bright smiles. First time here? Huh? Come on, let me show you how to use the equipment. Hey, little bro, I'm Wang Jia, a junior. Just call me Jia G. Freshmen are clubbed looking for new members. Want to join? We've got tons of pretty girls. Surrounded on all sides, Jingming felt completely overwhelmed. He had no choice but to flee the scene. At the same time, asking Ava to arrange a private training room for him. Inside the teacher's villa, Lu Ming chuckled at a trending post on the school forum. Master, Fourth junior brother is the hottest topic right now. Over 4,500 kilos with one punch. He broke a record on his first test with that incredible physique. It's unbelievable. Yang Zhengxian feigned reproach, but was clearly delighted, not even resting properly, and he's already off to the gym to break records. Lu Meng reminisced about his past when he faced the same challenge. Back then, at the peak of level 1 and having mastered the Thunder Immortal Body technique, his punching strength was only around 3,500 kilograms. The gap between him and Jingming now was immense. Meanwhile, in a villa, a young man glared at Jingming's image on his phone, consumed by hatred. Jingming, so you've come to Ma Du as well. This time, I will reclaim all the glory that should have been mine. You robbed me of my chance to become Zhongning's #1 prodigy. You made me a laughingstock back in Ning'an. This time, I swear I'll take back every shred of honor that belongs to me. After stepping into his private training room, Jingming began a series of tests focused purely on physical strength. The results showed that after obtaining the Thunder Immortal Body, his physical might had reached a level that could only be described as terrifying. His skin and flesh now had defensive power equivalent to E-grade alloy, practically impervious to blades and spears in the conventional sense. He even tried inflicting a small wound on his skin, but in just a few breaths, it closed up automatically. Astonishing defense and unbelievable regeneration, this truly lived up to its reputation as an S-ranked body forging combat art. At that moment, Lu went out hurried in. Big bro Maine, the news of you breaking the record is blowing up all over the school forum. Tons of people are commenting, saying they want to challenge you. Jingming was taken aback. He hadn't expected the competitive atmosphere at Madu University to be this intense. Of course, it was also possible that many of these challengers just wanted to step on him to boost their own reputation. But Jingming had little interest in that kind of duel. I'm heading to the martial arts library. You head back to the dorm by yourself. Madu University's supernatural abilities had two major libraries. One was the regular library, filled with books on history and culture. The other was the combat technique library, which stored countless combat skills and supernatural training methods from every discipline. Naturally, Jingming went to the latter as one of the most important places in the university. The combat technique library had been built on a grand scale, towering like a small mountain. The rumors were true. The entire library was under the control of the vice principal, who possessed a spatial type ability. If anything abnormal happened, the whole library could instantly detach from this dimension and exist independently. Swiping his student card at the entrance, ripples appeared in the space before him. Jingming stepped straight through. The first floor was a vast hall. At its center was a single reception desk. As soon as Jingming entered, the staff member behind the desk stood up with a warm smile. Welcome, student Jingming, holder of S-level clearance to the Combat Technique Library. May I assist you with anything? Jingming was slightly surprised. You know who I am? Even though he had just broken the record, it wasn't to the point where he should be famous enough for library staff to recognize him at first sight. The staff member's gentle smile carried not only friendliness, but also a hint of respect. Any student with S-level clearance can freely access all the combat techniques in this library. The moment you swiped your card at the gate, I received a notification for a level 4 superhuman to show such courtesy toward a mere level 1 might have sounded absurd to others, but for her, it was perfectly natural. After all, S-level clearance represented limitless potential. As long as he didn't die young, his future would almost certainly place him among the ranks of supernatural grandmasters. Jingming nodded, understanding the process. He inquired about browsing lightning-type combat techniques. The female staff member explained, combat techniques ranked B and below are in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. However, techniques ranked B and above are highly valuable and stored securely. You'll need to access the 4th floor reading room and select them through the online system before receiving the original manual for study. Jingming nodded again. All right, I'll head to the reading room first. Since he had the opportunity, he certainly wasn't going to waste time with low-ranked techniques. Very well, reading room 403 on the 4th floor has been unlocked for your clearance. Just swipe your student card on the sensor at the door to enter. Swiping his card, the door opened immediately. Inside, an AI version of Eva was already waiting. Once you finish selecting your combat techniques in the online system, Eva informed him, "We'll send you the original manuals." Because techniques at ranked B and above are extremely rare. Please handle them with the utmost care while reading. I understand. Jingming replied directly. Show me all lightning-type combat techniques ranked B and above. Understood. The little projection orb nodded with surprising human-like mannerisms. Instantly, a cascade of 3D holographic screens appeared, densely listing technique names along with short descriptions. The 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Domain, rank SSS, harnesses lightning energy to form a vast thunderstorm with an 80-kilometer diameter. It requires a lightning-type ability of rank B or higher, and the user must be level 5 or above. The Wrath of Heavenly Thunder, also rank SSS, strikes with divine lightning bolts, delivering immense destruction. This ability requires a lightning-type ability of rank B or higher, and the user must be level 4 or above. Beyond these were numerous sulfur monosulfide rank techniques, and even more SSS rank 1s. Unbelievable! The school library has this many priceless arts, and I can view them all for free? Unfortunately, cultivation was limited by both ability and level. For now, Jingming could only study A-rank combat techniques. A-rank techniques were divided into categories: offensive, defensive, movement, supportive, and body forging. Their sheer number was like the stars in the sky. Thankfully, one of his teachers had already prepared a recommended list for him. Otherwise, choosing alone would have been overwhelming. Having a good teacher really saved time and effort. Without one, just picking a set of suitable techniques could be exhausting. Combat techniques were often divided into different types, but when combined, they were like chaining combos in a fighting game, creating relentless control sequences without proper guidance. Trying to piece together a balanced set alone was extremely draining. Pick the wrong one, and by the time you realized, it would already be too late. After over half an hour of deliberation, Jingming chose 4 A-rank techniques: Thunder Fang, Lightning Spear Barrage, Thunder Shadow, and Prison of Thunder. Thunder Fang channels lightning energy into a fang-shaped bolt to strike foes. Lightning Spear Barrage envelops a spear in lightning, thrusting it at vital points, causing an internal explosion after repeated strikes. Prison of Thunder forms a cage of lightning, immobilizing the enemy. Among them, Thunder Fang was a ranged attack. Lightning Spear Barrage was a high-power melee assault. Thunder Shadow was a movement technique, and Prison of Thunder was an area control ability. When combined with the Thunder Immortal Body, Jingming would be almost without weaknesses. Jingming nodded in satisfaction and immediately pressed confirm. System confirmation. You have selected 4 A-rank martial arts. The average time to reach basic proficiency in each art is about 6 months. It is recommended to combine them with some lower-rank techniques for balance. No need. This is enough. Before long, the staff brought over 4 martial arts manuals, respectfully setting them down before leaving. 4. A-rank battle techniques. Looking at the stack of books in front of him, Jingming couldn't help but feel a rush of emotion. On the market, C to B rank martial arts cost anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions. As for A-rank techniques, even if they existed, they had no price, since they could never be bought or sold. Yet here he was, receiving 4 original manuals at once. No wonder. Jingming flipped through the 4 manuals one by one, as expected of A-rank battle techniques. Their contents were profoundly deep. The methods of channeling one's ability and blood energy were mysterious beyond belief. No wonder A-rank martial arts could only be learned from the originals. Copies simply couldn't capture their essence. Time slipped by as Jingming poured his full attention into studying. He marveled at how the ways of harnessing ability power felt so ingenious, so unreal it was almost hard to believe. 4 hours later, Jingming closed the last manual and exhaled a long breath. He had already grasped the general essence of all 4 techniques. While most would need endless practice to master their skills, Jingming was different. He opened the system panel and allocated points: 200 for Pointing Arrow Thunderfang, 200 for Pointing Arrow Lightning Spear Barrage, 200 for Pointing Arrow Shadow Thunder, and 200 for Pointing Arrow Lightning Prison, all at basic level. In that moment, the complexities of the 4 techniques became crystal clear, as if he had practiced them countless times. Si Jingming is currently a beginner Tier 1 low-grade with the ability Divine Lightning Temple, ranked S. His stats include Vitality 391 and Spirit 289-1 and Spirit 289-1. His skills are Thunder Fang, Basic, Shadow Thunder, Basic, Lightning Spear Barrage, a rank, Basic, Shadow Thunder, Basic, and Thunderclap, Advanced. He practices the body-refining martial art, Immortal Lightning Body, at the initial stage. He has 1,434 ability points remaining. With so many techniques in hand, I wonder who will be the first to taste my A-rank thunder arts. The corners of Jingming's lips curled into a smile filled with both anticipation and malice. Leaving the library, Jingming returned to the student villa. As he passed through the living room on the first floor, Liu Wenhao jumped up from the sofa. "Brother Ming, someone just came by to inform us that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, there will be a freshman welcoming ceremony at training ground number 1. Also, they've created a group chat for the new students. You should join too." "Got it." Jingming pulled out his phone and scanned the code to join the group. At this moment, Liu Wentao curiously asked, "Brother Ming, what level of combat skills did you choose?" Jingming replied that he had only chosen 4 A-level combat skills, all belonging to the lightning element. The answer left Liu Wentao dumbstruck, marveling in his heart. Is this some kind of privilege? 4 A-level skills at once? In his opinion, most students would need until sophomore or even junior year to learn them all. As expected, geniuses never follow the normal path. Unconsciously, Liu Wentao raised his thumb in admiration, then asked curiously, "If you can access A-level combat skills, doesn't that mean you have A-level clearance?" "Nadebat S. Jingming replied casually as he walked toward his room. At that, Liu Wentao leapt up, shouting, "S-level? How is that possible? At our school, even the top scorers from other provinces only get A-level clearance. How could you possibly have S-level privileges? Don't tell me you're not actually an E-rank as the rumors online say, but in truth, you're an S-rank special ability user." Jingming smiled faintly. "Looks like you've uncovered another secret about me." Lao Wendao felt both shocked and honored to be living alongside Jingming. Jingming is definitely someone worth investing in early. From now on, I'll be his most loyal fan. Upstairs, Jingming stepped into the training room, gripping a nearly 2-meter gray-white spear. His F-rank black spear had been nearly destroyed during the entrance exam, leaving him with this practice weapon. Weighing a mere 20 kilograms, it lacked even F-rank durability. However, it would suffice for testing his combat skills, as this session wasn't a real fight. Eva opened the school's trading market. Search the spear category. Yes. In an instant, a series of screens appeared in the air. Numerous spears of different ranks were listed, from F ranks to E rank, and even D rank, with adjustable length and weight. Of course, the higher the rank and heavier the weapon, the more expensive it was. Jingming quickly filled out the specifications on the form and purchased an E-rank spear, a combat armor set, and combat boots, spending a total of 237 credits. He had 32 credits remaining. The system promptly confirmed the order. Purchase successful. Weapons and combat gear will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please prepare to receive them. Jingming frowned slightly. Too few credits left. I'll need to find a way to earn more. After shopping, he resumed training, holding the spear in his hand. Jingming spoke with excitement until the new spear arrives. "I'll have to rely on you for now. Tonight, let's practice the 4 A-level combat skills I just learned." The next day, at the freshman assembly, Shanghai Supernatural University had 4 stadiums, and today's event was being held at Stadium number 1. When the 2 of them entered, the field was already filled with people. Since the students hadn't yet been assigned to academies or classes, most weren't familiar with each other and only gathered in small groups of 2s and 3s. But the moment Jingming stepped in, many students immediately recognized him. "Look, over there. That's Jingming. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday, and he's also the provincial champion of Jiangnan. His strength is incredible. At first I thought he'd be some bulky musclehead, but I didn't expect him to actually be so." Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd, loud and untimely. "Jingming, I am Lei Ju, and I challenge you." Following the sudden outburst, a young man nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned build exuding a dangerous aura, stepped forward. Everyone around immediately recognized him. It was Lei Ju, a student from Ningnan No. 1 High School in Jiangnan Province, and also the runner-up in the provincial martial arts exam, with a score of over 9,300. Yet, just as he and his family were preparing a banquet to celebrate, Jingming suddenly appeared, achieving a total score of over 11,000 and snatching away the title of Jiangnan's provincial champion. From the crowd's whispers, Jingming quickly understood the reason behind this confrontation. Still, he had no intention of accepting. He simply shook his head and refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. But Lei Zhu wasn't going to let it go so easily. He stepped closer to Jingming and whispered, "Don't be so quick to refuse. If I remember correctly, your aunt runs a flower and landscaping business, doesn't she? What a coincidence! My family happens to be her biggest client, and as far as I know, she currently owes a rather large shipment. If the payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might run into some trouble. You're threatening me?" Jingming's eyes narrowed, the calmness from before vanishing, replaced by raw fury. That single look made Lei Zhu's heart jolt violently. It felt as if the highest-ranked predator had locked onto him. His hair stood on end, and he instinctively leapt back to another spot far away from Jingming. Even so, he forced himself to stay composed and said, "I wouldn't call it a threat, just a reminder." Jingming took a deep breath, his black and white eyes flashing with cold intent. "Time and place?" he asked. "Noon, 7 days from now. Battle Platform 3, Lei Zhu quickly replied. Jingming nodded. "I hope you won't regret it." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Rank 1 versus Rank 2 in just a week. It's a match worth seeing. Better reserve seats before they sell out. At this moment, a teacher walked onto the stage and began to speak. "First of all, welcome to all of you who chose Shanghai Supernatural University. Today's freshman assembly is not the official opening ceremony. The purpose of gathering you here is to answer your questions and guide you on how to use the school's resources. The official freshman orientation will begin at 9 a.m. The main content will be similar to what Zhang Chaoyang already mentioned, things like the academic credit system, personal advisor program, and more, but in greater detail. You will also be using the VR immersion chambers to battle in holographic simulations. With rankings determined by the number of stages you clear, everyone should strive for higher rankings, since the rewards are very valuable." Jingming felt weary and drowsy. Finally, it's over. More than an hour of talking, and the only noteworthy thing was the VR simulation chamber. I'll have to try it when I get the chance. But in the next, I need to get training guidance from Lu Ming and my advisor first. After the assembly ended, Jingming went to the villa of teacher Yang Zhenchen, where Lu Ming was already waiting. In the mornings, Lu Ming would teach Jingming fist techniques, and in the afternoons, Yang Zhenchen would instruct him in spear techniques. Time passed quickly, and 7 days were soon gone. Jingming was still training at the teacher's villa as usual when Lu Ming suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You've had a breakthrough." Jingming didn't bother hiding it. He smiled and nodded. Last night, he had used the system to level up. He had deliberately waited a few days before spending 386 ability points to advance from low-level 1 to mid-level 1. The system's upgrades were based on his existing training foundation. If he was only slightly short of the requirements for a breakthrough, then fewer ability points would be consumed. That was why he trained so diligently every single day. "I recall you have a duel scheduled with another freshman at noon today," Lu Ming asked with a shift in tone. Jingming nodded. "Yes, at noon. Battle Platform number 3. Lu Ming patted Jingming on the shoulder. "Good. After we finish training, I'll go with you. I'll stand there and hold a 3-minute moment of silence for your opponent. Honestly, I really want to see for myself just how terrifying you are when you go all out." 11:42 a.m. Shanghai Supernatural University. At Battle Platform number 3, Lei Zhu was already waiting. Brimming with confidence, by now, many students had gathered to watch. Most of them were freshmen as well. With just over a month until the freshman tournament, they wanted to get an early glimpse at the strength of the province's #1 ranked student. I checked the details. Jingming only ranked first because he tested in a rural area. I'm betting Lei Zhu will win. Not so sure about that. After all, Jingming just broke our school's punching force record recently. Ha! What's a punching record worth? In the end, battles between ability users still come down to their actual powers. It's Jingming. The cheers cut through the chatter, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. A tall, straight figure walked in. There was no denying it. Jingming's presence was overwhelming. Standing at 1.89 mean per meters, dressed in a sleek black combat uniform, he looked tall and powerful, yet not in the least bit clumsy. His face was sharp and rugged, his black and white eyes bright and unwavering. On his back hung a massive black spear. A junior of mine with this kind of aura. Once he starts competing and making achievements, I wonder how many girls will end up swooning over him. Lei Zhu's gaze toward Jingming grew strange. As his opponent, he sharply sensed that Jingming's rank had risen, but fortunately, Lei Zhu had made other preparations. Watching Jingming approach, Lei Zhu stood up and called out, "Jingming, just fighting to determine the winner or loser is boring. How about we add a wager?" "What kind of wager?" Jingming raised an eyebrow. All of your credits on Lei Zhu's handsome face flickered a hint of malice. "Of course, I'll put up my own credits and money to match. Whoever wins takes it all." Jingming turned his gaze toward instructor Chu Yun, a female ability user with a B-rank light healing ability, who was in charge of supervising the arena. Fights between ability users were extremely dangerous. A single mistake could lead to severe injury or even death. To prevent casualties, support-type healers were always on standby at the dueling grounds. Seeing that Chu Yun made no move to forbid the wager, Jingming naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus, Jingming immediately transferred all 370 credits he had to her. Lei Zhu, in turn, transferred 50 credits and 3.2 million yuan. The freshman in the stands gasped in astonishment. A wager worth 3.7 million? Damn, that's heavy. Neither of them are messing around. With stakes like that, the fight's going to be even more intense. After confirming the transaction, Chu Yun raised her voice. "Both of you, onto the platform. Before we begin, let me remind you once more, the moment one side admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other is absolutely forbidden from continuing to attack. If you violate this, I will stop the match immediately, and you will face the school's heaviest punishment. Do you both understand?" "Understood," Jingming and Lei Zhu answered in unison. "Good. Prepare. Begin." The moment the countdown ended, Lei Zhu let out a low roar. Summer and hellfire. Boom. Flames, white, raging flames, erupted outward with Lei Zhu as the center. This was an A-rank fire ability, combined with his high-level rank 1 strength. The heat was terrifying, sending the surrounding temperature soaring. In the stands, freshmen in the front rows felt the scorching heat licking at their faces and quickly scrambled backward in alarm. "Jingming, the glory you stole from me, I'll take it all back today." Blazing flames slash. Lei Zhu bellowed, his entire body erupting in fire as he stomped forward, crossing over 9 meters in a single stride, instantly appearing before Jingming. A heavy great blade, wreathed in white fire, came crashing down with a piercing howl of wind. His combat technique chain was flawless. Close the distance, then strike in one fierce slash. At that instant, a sharp crackle of electricity filled the air. Blue-violet lightning, Zixao divine thunder erupted around Jingming, forming a shell-like barrier that kept the hellfire completely at bay. The black spear in his hand swept upward, effortlessly blocking the fiery strike. He actually blocked it with a simple spear move? That's insane. What kind of strength is this? The freshman gasped in disbelief. On stage, Lei Zhu's confidence vanished. Jingming's calm, cold voice cut through the tension. "There's nothing impossible about it. You're just too weak." Boom! The explosive sound echoed as Lei Zhu's body bent backward into a C shape, his waist slammed by a colossal force. It was Jingming's spear shaft, swung casually in a sweeping motion. Jingming's attack was simple, yet the speed was so fast that Lei Zhu couldn't react in time. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body was flung out like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the alloy steel wires at the edge of the arena before crashing to the ground with a sickening thud, his face smeared with blood. The moment Lei Zhu fell, the stands erupted in commotion. From beginning to end, Hua Jingming had seemingly only used 2 moves. Wasn't Lei Zhu said to be stronger than Jingming? How could he be defeated so quickly? For most of the freshmen here, if they had to face just those 2 attacks, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand them. The only conclusion was that Jingming's strength had far surpassed Lei Zhu's. On the viewing platform, Lu Ming looked utterly bored. He knew perfectly well that Jingming hadn't even unleashed 10% of his true power, yet he was still able to crush his opponent. On the stage, Teacher Chu Yun, who was serving as referee, was also slightly stunned by the scene. She hadn't expected Jingming's strength to be so much greater than Lei Zhu's. The winner of this match is... Just as she was about to declare Jingming victorious, a weak voice rose from the edge of the stage where Lei Zhu lay sprawled on the ground. "Teacher, I haven't conceded yet. The match isn't over?" As he spoke, he pulled a blood-red pill from inside his chest pocket and prepared to swallow it. "Blood-burst pill, are you trying to kill yourself?" Chu Yun's expression changed as she urgently shouted, "This is just a sparring match, not a place for you to gamble with your life." The crowd erupted once more. In the wilderness, rare herbs abound, many refined into potent pills. Among them is the blood-burst pill, crafted for reckless ability users, multiplying their power significantly. However, its severe side effects leave users bedridden for 1 to 2 months. Many shouted for him to reconsider, reminding him that the freshman tournament starts in just a month. "No, it's fine. Whatever the consequences, I'll bear them myself," Lei Zhu muttered hoarsely. The bloodburst pill was his trump card, something he had prepared specifically for facing Hua Jingming. Normally, he would never use it unless he was utterly desperate. But Jingming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use it now, he had no other options left. Some students argued that taking a pill during a duel was nothing short of cheating. Even if Lei Zhu won, it shouldn't be recognized as a legitimate victory. And they demanded that the teachers stop the match. But the teachers explained that since this was an unofficial sparring duel, there were no strict restrictions. Weapons, armor, pills, all were permitted. If Hua Jingming had pills of his own, he was free to use them as well. Lei Zhu let out a low growl and swallowed the bloodburst pill in one gulp. Instantly, his aura surged, his strength skyrocketing as he broke through 2 minor realms in succession. Even though winning this way was far from glorious, victory was still victory. Compared to losing outright, the result was far better. But what startled Chu Yun was Jingming's reaction. On the stage, Jingming showed no sign of panic at all. Instead, his eyes lit up, blazing with fighting spirit. His battle intent burned hotter and hotter. "Not bad. That spirit isn't bad at all." Chu Yun nodded to herself in secret. But what she didn't realize was that Jingming wasn't just demonstrating willpower, he was actually delighted. Finally, this fight wouldn't feel like an adult bullying a child anymore. Sensing its master's emotions, the purple sky divine thunder wrapped around Jingming's body grew excited as well. Arcs of lightning bursting out one after another, with sharp crackling sounds that echoed throughout the arena. The very next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than a meter away from Lei Zhu, Lightning Shadow. That was an A-rank movement battle skill, allowing the user to instantly dash in any direction within a certain range. With Jingming's current strength, its explosive range reached up to 20 meters. So fast, way too fast. Lei Zhu's pupils contracted as he instinctively swung his blade to block the incoming strike. At the same time, Jingming thrust his spear and counterattack. This time, Lei Zhu finally managed to see Jingming's movements. Clenching his teeth, Lei Zhu poured all his strength into the clash, yet instantly regretted it. Spear and blade collided, a piercing metallic screech ringing out sharp enough to split eardrums. A massive force reverberated back at him, the impact so great it sent waves of pain through his body. He couldn't even hold on to his weapon properly, as his entire frame was forced backward, stumbling 3 or 4 steps in a row. "What the hell are you?" Lei Zhu's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Jingming. Even though his strength had already skyrocketed 3 or 4 times after consuming the bloodburst pill, he was still utterly crushed in a direct power clash. "No, I can't fight him head-on." The thought flashed across his mind. Lei Zhu quickly pulled back, widening the distance by over 10 meters before launching a ranged ability attack. Blazing Flame Burst. The flames around his body condensed into basketball-sized fireballs, one after another hurling straight toward Jingming. This was a B-rank fire element battle skill. Each fireball carried explosive might if struck. One would at the very least be gravely injured, and at worst, reduced to ashes. Yet against the protection of the purple sky, those fireballs couldn't even scratch Jingming. With a casual wave of his hand, every single one was blown apart mid-air. Lei Zhu cursed under his breath, grinding his teeth. Damn it, just what level is his lightning ability to be this monstrous? Still, there are more than 10 minutes left. I still have a chance. He had no intention of giving up, forcing his mind to steady. He prepared to search for another opening. Lei Zhu continued to hurl wave after wave of blazing fireballs toward Jingming. At that moment, Jingming's deep voice resounded. Lightning spear. He raised his left hand, and a dazzling purple-blue lightning spear condensed in midair. With a powerful throw, the spear shot forward at a speed like true lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached within 5 meters of Lei Zhu. Not good. He has ranged attacks too? Lei Zhu hastily dodged to the side. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike, the lightning spear still grazed his flank, leaving behind a charred wound. Worse, the purple-blue electricity embedded itself within the injury, surging with agony like tens of thousands of ants gnawing his flesh, nearly making him faint on the spot. Before he could even catch his breath, that deep voice thundered again. Lightning prison. Jingming pointed his spear forward, and countless arcs of purple-blue thunder roared from above. Like a storm of birdsong turned into lightning, crashing down to form a colossal cage of lightning that sealed Lei Zhu inside. A control-type battle skill. Lei Zhu's face instantly went pale. Control techniques were notoriously difficult to break. Even if one tried to force their way out, the price would be severe. Staring at the terrifying arcs of thunder surrounding him, Lei Zhu realized that if he dared to charge too recklessly, the one to suffer grievous injury would undoubtedly be himself. Gritting his teeth, Lei Zhu mimicked Jingming, gathering all of the strange flames around his body and forming a dense shield of blazing fire. Let's see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhu was confident this defense was enough to hold back his opponent. But at that very moment, Jingming moved, with a single appearing right before Lei Zhu. This fire shield doesn't look too bad. Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. The black spear in his hand, over 2.5 meters long, wrapped in blinding purple-blue lightning. But I want to see just how many strikes it can withstand. Chain lightning spear. The pitch-black spear split into countless afterimages, frosting again and again, each strike bursting with dazzling arcs of lightning. In just a blink, the fire shield shattered apart. Impossible. Lei Zhu screamed in despair as the lightning-wrapped spear point grew larger and larger in his pupils. He knew it for certain. If that strike landed, he would die instantly. At the brink of life and death, the instinct to survive exploded within him. I surrender. I surrender. The scorching spear point, hot like molten steel, stopped barely an inch from his head. Just as he thought he had escaped death, the spear twisted and drove straight into his right shoulder instead. His shoulder was pierced through. His collarbone shattered, blood spraying violently as pain so intense surged through him, it nearly made him pass out on the spot. Meanwhile, Jingming withdrew his spear, his firm face still calm, his eyes unwavering. Though the fight seemed drawn out, in truth, from the moment he counterattacked with lightning spear to the moment he fully suppressed Lei Zhu, less than 40 seconds had passed. By the time the crowd reacted, Lei Zhu had already admitted defeat aloud. The winner of the match, Jingming. On the stands, the freshman who had finally snapped out of shock erupted into excited chatter, voices buzzing with praise at Jingming's nearly flawless chain of techniques. Those battle skills he used were insane. All of them at least B rank. 4 B rank techniques in a row, so powerful. My strongest skill is only C rank. Beside them, Lu Ming muttered under his breath with irritation. Not B rank, all A rank. 4 A rank battle skills, each executed with perfect mastery. Who in their right mind even dares to choose techniques like that? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lei Zhu gave a bitter smile. Jingming, thank you for sparing my life. In this match, I admit total defeat. The credits and the money are all yours. As for your aunt's matter, I'll deliver everything on time. Moments later, the teacher announced 50 credits and 3.2 million had been transferred into Jingming's student account. Lu Wentao rushed over immediately, eyes shining. Brother Jingming, you're amazing. You've struck it rich. Do you want to head to the shopping center to relax? But Jingming refused the offer. He said he still needed to train diligently. From a distance, Lu Ming called out, "Go ahead. You need to balance rest with training. Otherwise, you'll burn yourself out." Hearing that, Jingming nodded happily and agreed. Afterward, he and Lu Wentao returned to the dormitory. There, Lu Wentao told him that as long as Jingming showed up on time, he would take care of arranging the schedule. He declared proudly that it was a program no one could afford to miss after entering university. Arranged by Lu Wentao, the two of them were now sitting in the cafeteria of the Magic City Ability University. In front of Jingming was a table piled high with all kinds of delicious food. While grabbing another plateful, Lu Wentao excitedly said, "Brother Ming, your popularity has skyrocketed this time. I posted an invitation for a school exchange event on the university forum. Guess how many people signed up?" Jingming was a bit surprised and hadn't even reacted yet when Lu Wentao grinned proudly and continued, "Over 100 people. I had to pick just one pair out of them." It nearly made my eyes pop out. Jingming's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity. He hadn't expected Lu Wentao to recruit exchange partners this way, and even less expected over 100 people to sign up. Now he was genuinely curious who Lu had finally chosen, but Lu Wentao just smiled mysteriously. "That's a secret for now. You'll meet them soon, I promise. You'll be very satisfied." Not long after, two girls appeared. Both were stunningly beautiful and stood out immediately in the crowd. As soon as Lu Wentao spotted them, he waved enthusiastically for them to come over. One girl had a graceful figure and a bright, cheerful face. She wore a floral dress, and her long, fair legs were so eye-catching it was hard to look away. The other girl was even more striking. Her clear eyes shone like water, her small nose was perfectly shaved, and her silky black hair was tied up with a red ribbon, revealing her slender white neck. She was dressed simply, a white t-shirt and light blue jeans. But her figure was so perfect that even such plain clothes looked captivating on her. The girl with glasses was the first to speak. "Good evening. You too. My name is Sa Dongxia, and I was the one invited." Her friend followed up with a smile. "And I'm Tang Shuyin, her roommate." Lu Wentao quickly introduced them in more detail. Sa Dongxia is an A-ranked beast enhancement type ability user, and Tang Shuyin is a level 1 high-tier natural type user, specializing in light abilities. She's also the top scorer from Sichuan province in our year. Jingming smiled and replied politely, "Nice to meet you both. I'm Shu Jingming." Upon hearing the name, Tang Shuyan's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. "Shu Jingming? So you're that Shu Jingming? How about a sparring match sometime? You pick the time and place." Sa Dongxia immediately cut in. "Hey, Su Yin, you're such a battle maniac. We just met and you're already challenging him? We're here for an exchange event, remember?" Tang Shuyin looked a bit puzzled. "Wait, this is the exchange event? I thought we were coming here to duel with other elite students." Hearing that, Jingming finally understood what was going on. Smiling, he gestured for the two girls to sit down. It was clear that Lu Wenhao hadn't explained things properly. Lu Wenhao scratched his head awkwardly and chimed in. Right. Today's supposed to be a casual outing. Let's eat first. Then we can go hang out at the Y-High Commercial District." The Y-High Commercial District, located in the heart of Magic City, was one of the largest shopping centers in the entire country. It sold everything from luxury goods to specialized equipment and potions for ability users. All four of them were visiting for the first time, and they were completely awed by the vastness and luxury of the place. The fashion stores were filled with trendy outfits that made the girls' eyes sparkle with excitement. Jingming, on the other hand, was drawn to the equipment stores, rows of combat gear, weapons, and healing potions. Everything was far more complete than what he'd seen in Zhongchang City. He really wanted to buy something, but after thinking about it, he decided his current gear was still good enough, so he restrained himself. Later, the group decided to wander around and try the various snacks inside the shopping mall. Before long, Jingming and Lu Wenao found themselves acting as porters, carrying bags for the two girls. In just half an hour, the two had bought enough clothes to total several million yuan. Jingming couldn't help but think, despite Tang Shunyun's simple outfit, she was clearly a hidden rich girl. "Brother Jingming, you have no idea. She doesn't just have money, her family background is also incredibly formidable. They hadn't spoken for long when Sa Dongxia waved and called out, "Hey, handsome, could you please help with this last bag?" Time flew by amidst laughter and conversation. 4 hours later, they finally headed back to university. Hua Jingming and Lu Entao walked Tang Shuyun and Sa Dongxia to the dormitory gate. "We're here. Thank you both. It's nothing. We'll get going. Goodbye. Goodbye." Hua Jingming replied with a slight smile, then turned to head back to his dorm with Lu Wentao. But just then, Tang Shuyun called out after him, "Hua Jingming, I was serious about what I said earlier. One day I'll definitely come challenge you for a spa." Jingming was surprised, but then he replied cheerfully, "No problem, I'll be waiting." Upon getting Jingming's agreement, Tang Shuyun's face slowly turned red. She wasn't usually one to go out with boys. Because of her special ability, her senses were extremely sharp. She could always sense the hidden gazes and desires in other people's hearts, but Hua Jingming's gaze was different. In it, she only sensed admiration and appreciation for beauty, without a single trace of impurity. Sa Dongxia started teasing Zhu Yun. "Since the start of the school year, I've never seen you be so nice to any guy except for Hua Jingming. Bringing you to this party was a brilliant decision." Tang Zhuyun smiled and said, "Jingming is a special person. He approached me without any ill intentions. Most men, when they look at me, only pay attention to my appearance. But Hua Jingming is different. All in all, he's a very special person." Hearing these words, Sa Dongxia smiled and thought to herself, "It seems our little Miss Tang has developed a crush." Meanwhile, Jingming and Lu Wentao were slowly walking back to the dormitory. Lu Wentao said happily, "Going out like this once in a while is really refreshing." Jingming nodded in agreement. Indeed, this evening had helped him relax after many stressful days of. Jingming had continued to train diligently. He was now ready to level up again. He commanded the system to allocate points, watching as his supernatural ability points were deducted. Supernatural ability points, 456. Level 1, mid-tier advanced to level 1 high tier. Supernatural ability points, 354. Indestructible, Thunder Body level 1 upgraded to level 2. A massive aura erupted, shaking the training room. Power surged through Hua Jingming, with arcs of purple-blue lightning crackling around him, exuding a fearsome presence. The level up, as usual, raised his overall strength by a notch. The second level of the body tempering technique continued to strengthen his bones and muscles. According to the records in the book, breaking through to the third level would unlock a special, the extreme lightning state. It could boost his strength and speed to their limits for a short period. Unfortunately, my supernatural ability points are almost depleted. Looking at the system panel again, he had only 242 supernatural ability points left. He used another 178 points to upgrade the Chain Lightning Spear skill from beginner to intermediate. In the end, only 62 points remained. Almost all of his supernatural ability points were gone. Jingming figured it was time to ask his teacher for permission to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters and replenish his points. Not long after, the door to the training room was forcefully pushed open by young Zhenshen. He spoke in an astonished tone. "Jingming, you broke through again?" Jingming replied politely, "I was just about to report it to you. Sir, I broke through last night. In addition, my Thunder Body has also reached the second level." Hearing these words, Yang Zhenshen's expression froze. He knew very well that breaking through in both level and body tempering were incredibly difficult feats. Yet Hua Jingming spoke of them as if they were as easy as drinking water and such rank ability, and such diligent training on top of that. How could he not succeed? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke up. "I told you, this junior brother is a real monster. It took me half a year to break through from level 1 mid-tier to level 1 high-tier. He never expected that just 1 month after becoming a disciple, Jingming would achieve it." Yang Zhenshen clapped him firmly on the shoulder, his face beaming. "Leveling up is important, but actual combat can't be neglected. Go have a match with your senior brother Lu. Let me see how much stronger you become after your breakthrough." Jingming and Lu Ming quickly complied. Handing a weapon to Jingming, Lu Ming said he would suppress his power to level 2 low tier and told Jingming to go all out. Yes, sir. Hua Jingming replied gravely. This was his first time sparring with Lu Ming naturally. He wouldn't hold back. The two gripped their long spears, standing in the middle of the training ground, ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the command was given, lightning flashed, and both of them vanished from their spots simultaneously. Lightning Shadow. Both executed the A-rank lightning system combat skill at the same time. Immediately after, a deafening clash echoed. Two long spears, one black and one blue, collided in the center of the field, their powers so evenly matched that electric sparks flew in all directions. So strong. Despite being prepared, Lu Ming couldn't help but be astonished. Hua Jingming's strength was on par with his, perhaps even slightly superior. Jingming, on the other hand, only felt the blood boil in his heart. For the first time since mastering the indestructible Thunder Body, he had found a worthy opponent. Lightning Prison. Purple-blue lightning formed an electric cage, enveloping Lu Ming. Right after, the chain lightning spear was used. The long spear transformed into a black shadow flickering with lightning, frosting out continuously. Not bad. But I'm not that freshman Lazu, Lu Ming shouted. Jade shattering. True lightning. Boom! Pillars of white lightning, like heavenly punishment, erupted from his body, tearing apart the lightning prison and dodging the lightning spear. The two fought fiercely, with thunder and lightning crackling throughout the field. 20 minutes later, the battle was over. Jingming was completely drained of power. Senior brother, my lightning power is depleted. I admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. No, I only won because I have more supernatural energy. It doesn't count as your loss. Although he had controlled his power at level 2 low tier, the accumulated supernatural energy of a Pete level 3 was still far greater than Jingming's. Teacher Yang Zhenchen approached, clapping and nodding in praise. Not bad. Not bad at all. A truly excellent match. Jingming's performance really exceeded my expectations. He had initially thought Lu Ming would win easily, but he never expected them to be so evenly matched. Lu Ming even had to resort to a strategy of attrition to secure the victory. At this point, Lu Ming smiled and asked, "Do you know what level your power has reached?" Jingming asked curiously. What level? Unbeatable within level 2. This answer surprised Jingming. At that moment, Yang Zhenchen said to the two of them, "That's it for today's combat training. Everyone, take a rest. This fruit can dispel fatigue. But remember, it should only be eaten after training." Just then, Jingming stepped forward and spoke seriously. "Teacher, I have a request. I want to leave the academy for a while, to make a trip to the wilderness." Hearing that, Yang Zhenchen was slightly surprised. He asked how long Jingming planned to be gone. Jingming replied that he would be away for about a month and would return before the freshman examination began. Yang Zhenchen's expression flickered with astonishment. He hadn't expected Jingming to be gone for so long. He knew well that the wilderness was nothing like the simulated battlefields used in entrance exams there. No army stood guard, and monsters roamed everywhere, unpredictable and deadly. One small mistake could mean running into a high-level beast, and surviving for over a month in such a place was incredibly dangerous. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Zhenchen placed a firm hand on Jingming's shoulder and said, "If you've made your decision, go. But if things turn dire, retreat immediately. Every true powerhouse must face life and death trials. If this is your chosen path, I won't stop you." Grateful for his teacher's support, Jingming bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master." Yang Zhenchen nodded and asked, "Which wilderness region are you heading to?" "The outskirts of the primal zone," Jingming replied. The teacher nodded slightly. "That's acceptable. It's not too far from Yudo. The strongest monsters there are only around tier 4 or 5, relatively safer than other regions. Later, I'll have Lu Ming share some real combat experience with you. As for me, I'll prepare a weapon that truly suits your hand." As he spoke, Yang Zhenchen took out a carefully wrapped package. Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. "What's that?" The scene shifted to Jingming's dorm room. He had just finished packing his belongings. Eva, he ordered his AI assistant, open the school mission system. The interface lit up with a flood of missions: collect monster materials, gather rare spirit herbs, capture escaped criminals, and even large-scale combat operations. Looking through the list, Jingming thought to himself, according to the upperclassmen, before leaving school, it's best to take on a few outdoor missions to earn extra points. But these high-reward ones, they're all close combat missions. They're practically throwing students into the fire. He sighed softly. Typical of Muto's superpower university. No wonder people say the academy's best students aren't on campus. They're out there, in the wild. After a moment of thought, Jingming selected one Class A mission and 3 Class B missions. Once all the preparations were complete, he wasted no time and set off immediately. As he left, Ava's gentle voice echoed in his ear. Good luck. Jingming, not long after. Jingming arrived at Primal City, the supply outpost for the wilderness region. The moment he stepped into the main gate, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Beast hunting team needs one more. Looking for a Class C combatant. Anyone in? Exploration mission. Group B short 1 member who's joining. At the rows of buildings stretching across the horizon, Jingming smiled faintly. He had finally arrived at the Primal Supply Outpost. Inside, the place bustled with life, busier even than the streets outside. As soon as he entered, a young woman in a bright red dress approached with a professional smile. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? In response, Jingming handed her his student ID. I'd like to register as an adventurer before coming here. He had done his research. Entering the wilderness required an officially recognized adventurer identity, valid nationwide. The girl took the card, glanced at it, and her eyes widened in shock. You were a student from Moodle Superpower University? She could hardly believe it. A first-year student wanting to venture into the wilderness, it was far too dangerous. The registration process took some time, so the receptionist suggested that Jingming wait in the lounge for a bit. While he was waiting, the crowd outside suddenly grew noisy. It's goddess Zhang Suashu. Oh my God! My goddess is even more beautiful in person. No wonder she's a student from Mudo University. She gives off such a powerful aura, following everyone's gaze. A young woman walked in gracefully. She was Zhang Suashu, a second-year student at Mudo Superpower University. Behind her trailed a small crew carrying cameras and recording equipment. The crowd immediately began whispering excitedly. Looks like she's heading into the wilderness to film another video. Yeah, her videos are all professionally shot, top quality. I haven't missed a single one. I heard she's got over 10 million followers online now. More like 15 million. If she were my girlfriend, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Watching from afar, Jingming thought to himself, so she's from Mudo too. Huh, her looks are at least on par with Tang Shuyun's. Before long, the receptionist returned, smiling as she handed him a card. This is your adventure license, along with a smart satellite wristwatch. It contains a detailed wilderness map that marks out monster zones and their corresponding danger levels. As she explained the features, a man wearing a dark coat stood quietly in the corner of the hall, watching them. When the receptionist left, the man approached with a seemingly friendly smile. Hey kid, first time heading into the wilderness, huh? It's dangerous out there without recovery pills. Want to buy a few? Jingming gave him a sideways glance and asked flatly, how much? The man swiftly opened his coat, displaying several small bottles, Tier 1 recovery pills at 20,000 each, and Tier 1 antidotes for 15,000. Tier 2 options are superior, but costlier at 40,000 and 30,000. Jingming considered the prices. Not too bad, he murmured. The man smirked, sensing his interest. Huh, my friend, you have a keen eye. My pills are affordable and effective, guaranteed satisfaction. But while Jingming's expression showed mild interest, inwardly, he was already on guard. He knew that a standard Tier 1 pill usually cost at least 30 to 40,000. Selling them this cheap could only mean one thing. They were fake. This guy was clearly one of those scammers who preyed on inexperienced newcomers. When the man asked how many he wanted to buy, Jingming smirked coldly and said, looks like you've pulled this trick on quite a few rookies already. Huh. The man's face darkened immediately. He took a step forward, voice low and threatening. So, you saw through it from the start and decided to toy with me. Good. Very good. You're the first one who's dared mess with me inside the supply station. As the tension peaked, a sharp voice interrupted. Zhao Chunlin, scamming newbies again? The man turned to see Wang Qian glaring at him. He shot her an irritated look and began to walk away, muttering, "Guess you got lucky today, kid. But remember this, don't leave the supply station for the next few days, or you'll regret it." The scene quickly drew the attention of everyone nearby. A few people whispered among themselves, "He's done for. Once Zhao Chunlin has his eye on you, you're finished. That guy's infamous for holding grudges. Besides, he's a mid-tier level 2, while that kid is only a high-tier level 1. How could he possibly compete?" Wang Qun approached Jingming, frowning slightly as she warned him. "Zhao Chunlin's the petty, vengeful type. Vengeful type. For now, you'd better stay inside the supply station and avoid any trouble." Hearing that, Jingming nodded gratefully. "Thank you for the warning, but he scams people so blatantly. And no one does anything about it?" Wang Qun sighed softly and replied in a low voice. "He's connected to the black market. No one dares to cross him. If you need supplies, just buy through the official channels. Don't deal with people like him. And remember, whatever happens, don't leave this area." Watching her walk away, Jingming thought to himself, "She's really a straightforward and kind person." Afterward, he went to the official counter and began purchasing everything he needed for his expedition. Healing potions, antidotes, berserk blood elixirs, and a variety of other support gear. Before long, he was fully prepared. Jingming left the supply station and started heading toward the wilderness. But the moment he stepped out of the gate, he spotted Zhao Chunlin waiting there, arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall, eyes full of mockery. "Didn't believe me." "Huh," Zhao sneered. "I told you not to leave the supply station. And yet here you are. So what? You think I'm a nobody now?" Jingming frowned slightly, his tone calm. "What is it you want?" A cruel smile twisted Zhao's lips. "You embarrassed me in front of everyone. Today, I'm going to break both your legs. Make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. That's the only way I'll feel better." From a distance, Wang Qian saw what was happening and gasped in alarm. "Oh no, he's been ambushed. I told him not to go out. Why is he so stubborn? I've got to help him." But her friend quickly grabbed her arm and whispered, "Wait, don't rush in. Let him take a little beating. It might teach him a lesson for next time." By now, Zhao Chunlin had activated his ability. His skin turned to gleaming metallic gray, his muscles bulging beneath a D-rank combat suit. He spoke with arrogant confidence. "If I can't even put a rookie like you in your place, I might as well quit this place altogether with my metal skin ability in this D-class armor. You'll never break through my defense. If you want to walk away peacefully, pay me $1 million in compensation and kneel to apologize. Got that?" But before he could finish his sentence, Jingming suddenly snapped coldly, a flash of violet lightning crackling around him. Scram, boom, a burst of thunder exploded outward. Lightning flash. Zhao Chunlin didn't even have time to react before the surge of electricity slammed into him. His body convulsed violently as the current blasted him backward, sending him crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. Smoke and the acrid scent of burnt metal filled the air. The man who had been so smug and threatening only moments ago was now lying flat on the ground, defeated in an instant by Jingming's single strike. Zhao Chunlin felt as if a speeding heavy truck had slammed straight into him. His whole body was sent flying backward. The ground beneath him cracked and shattered, leaving a trail of small craters as he was thrown 8 or 9 meters through the air before coming to a stop. Whether he was alive or dead was anyone's guess. And the one who caused all this didn't even seem to care. Jingming didn't spare him a single glance. He just walked calmly toward the entrance to the wilderness zone. As if nothing had happened, Zhao Chunlin's humiliating defeat instantly set the entire plaza abuzz. Holy crap, that was insane. One strike and he's down. When did he even move? I didn't see a thing. Zhao Chunlin really hit an iron wall this time. Over by the entrance of the supply station, Wang Qian's eyes went wide in shock. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She had expected Jingming to lose miserably. Yet now, Zhao Chunlin was the one lying crushed on the ground, and what was even more terrifying was that, as a level 2 Esper herself, she hadn't even seen Jingming make his move behind her. Captain Yao Mushi spoke up. It was a sweeping kick. Even so, she hadn't imagined that a simple sweeping kick could hold such devastating power. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis had been completely shattered. Even if he survived, he'd likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. As expected from someone from Meido University of Supernatural Powers, Yao Muxi said quietly, a faint glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. Strong and ruthless. They're all the same. Meido University of Supernatural Powers? Wang Qun asked. Astonished. Captain, how do you know that? Yao Mushi replied slowly. That outfit he's wearing. I've seen it before. Only students from Meido University of Supernatural Powers are issued those. It's probably a custom piece from their arm division. That school's the only place that could produce monsters like him. Wang Qian nodded thoughtfully, then suggested eagerly, should we try to recruit him? Our team's still short one strong close combat fighter. Yao Mushi answered coolly, did you forget? We agreed from the start. All female team, no men allowed. The other two girls nearby giggled teasingly. Ha ha ha. Wang Qian, sounds like you're interested in that guy. Well, he is pretty handsome. Another added with a smirk, I wouldn't mind if he joined us, if he wants to. By this time, Jingming had already reached the entrance to the wilderness zone. Everyone had to register before entering. Jingming swiped his card, and the system's mechanical voice quickly responded. Explorer identity confirmed. Entry to wilderness zone authorized. Compared to the martial testing grounds at the university, this place was far vaster, and the beasts here were far more savage and bloodthirsty. The moment Jingming stepped inside, he heard distant roars echoing through the wild, though the roars came from far away. The sound was so powerful it made the air tremble. That had to be at least a level 4 beast. The higher a beast's level, the greater its intelligence. A level 4 beast possessed the intellect of a 10-year-old child, enough to recognize territory and defend it. That roar was a clear warning. This is my domain. Any beast of equal rank that enters will be met with furious retaliation. The primal wilderness zone was divided into two major regions, the urban ruins and the mountain forests. Jingming opened the map on his smartwatch and studied it carefully. By comparison, the beasts in the urban ruins were slightly weaker, while the mountain forests teemed with far more vicious and violent creatures. That's why Jingming's target this time was the urban ruins. After reviewing the data, Jingming discovered that Ping'an County was primarily home to level 2 beasts, with few level 1 and none at level 3 or 4. The area was estimated to host at least 500 beasts, an ideal hunting ground for his next mission. A sharp gleam sparked in Jingming's eyes as he confirmed his route on the map and launched forward like a powerful Black Panther. Along the way, Jingming moved with extreme caution, steering clear of zones where high-level beasts might appear. It took him nearly 3 hours to reach his destination. Before him lay a desolate city, eerily reminiscent of the testing grounds used during the college entrance trials, but far larger and infinitely more dangerous. Fierce guttural roars echoed throughout the ruins, one after another, never ceasing. Unlike the tamed beasts of the examination arena, this was a paradise for monsters and a hell for mankind. Almost instantly, a shadow cat appeared, greeting Jingming with a pair of feral, glowing eyes. But Jingming showed no fear. In his eyes burned a blazing flame of battle intent. To him, this was exactly what he had come for, a challenge where his ability could truly awaken. Lately, perhaps due to the lingering negative emotions of the Thunder Dragon, Jingming's heart had been overflowing with killing intent. The more he suppressed it, the more violently it clawed at him. But this time, Jingming wasn't going to hold back. With that decision made, his body blurred, a flash of black lightning darting into the ruins. Ping'an County was vast, filled with countless beasts, like a phantom of death. Jingming swept through the ruins, unleashing a mad massacre that painted the city in blood. 1 month later, in Ping'an County, 4 espers strolled through the cracked, desolate streets. Unlike other teams that ventured into the wilderness, this group appeared unusually relaxed, weapons slung on their backs, yet they lacked alertness. "Captain," one of them grumbled, "what's wrong with this place? We've been wandering all day without spotting a single beast. It's eerily quiet like a ghost town." "You think I know?" the bald-headed captain snapped, sounding irritated. Another teammate frowned, confusion written all over his face. Ping'an County should have at least 500 or 600 beasts. Even if they moved somewhere else, there's no way they'd just disappear completely. The captain's expression darkened. "We'll give it 2 more hours. If we still don't see a single one, we're moving to a new area." Just then, a level 2 blade-clawed tiger burst out from an alley, letting out a piercing roar that echoed through the ruins. A blade-clawed tiger appeared before a team of level 2 espers and above. A single level 2 beast posed little threat, but after a day without encountering any creatures, its sudden arrival ignited excitement in the group, like starving wolves spotting prey. "Finally!" someone shouted. The bald captain grinned, raising his arm. "Everyone, charge! Kill it!" Boom! A deafening explosion thundered across the area from a high-rise building in the distance. The next moment, a colossal lightning spear, glowing with a dazzling mix of blue and violet, streaked down like a missile. It plunged straight into Tiger Knife Hand. The crackling of electricity filled the air. The ground shook as arcs of lightning surged wildly. Tiger Knife Hand was torn apart by the electric blast, disintegrating into ashes in an instant. Dust filled the air, leaving nearby ability users stunned. One of them, trembling, muttered, "What was that? A new laser weapon?" The bald man glanced toward the distant high-rise, his voice grave. "No, lasers are way faster. That looked more like some kind of high-level lightning-type combat skill. Let's get out of here. Looks like this. Penang County's already been taken over by a lightning-type powerhouse. That must have been a warning shot. No wonder we couldn't find any mutant beasts around. They've probably all been wiped out by that powerhouse. Terrifying. That lightning spear just now, just seeing it made my legs shake. Go. Don't piss him off. If we take another one of those spears, we're toast." The group immediately turned tail and bolted out of Penang County, not daring to linger even a minute longer. On the rooftop of a tall building in the middle of Penang County, Jingming calmly retracted his arm, still crackling faintly with blue-violet lightning. The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. That lightning spear just now, it had been his test shot, an experiment to gauge the power of Thunder Spear after upgrading it to the advanced level. Its range had increased dramatically, now exceeding a full kilometer. After a month of effort, with over 8,000 energy points spent, Jingming had advanced from level 1 to level 2. His immortal thunder body had broken through to the 3rd layer, and many of his A-rank combat skills had reached intermediate mastery. In this whole world, who else could pull that off but me, he murmured, eyes gleaming with pride. "All right, this area's been farmed clean. Time to pack up the loot. Head back to the supply base, then push deeper into the wild zone." The next day, something strange appeared at the entrance of the supply base. A massive black backpack was slowly moving toward the gate. "What the hell is that? A walking backpack? Wait, did he carry an entire one-horned rhino back here? That's insane." Jingming ignored the curious stares around him. He only felt relieved that he bought a tactical backpack with enhanced load capacity. Otherwise, there was no way it could have held over 400 kilos of beast materials. Under countless astonished gazes, Jingming quietly stepped into the supply base building. He picked the shortest line and, after a short wait, it was finally his turn. The clerk greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, sir. What kind of materials would you like to sell today?" Jingming unstrapped his huge backpack and dumped everything onto the scale. The contents were rather mixed, but the total weight exceeded 400 kilograms. "How much can I get for all this?" he asked casually. The clerk's eyes widened as she noticed several high-grade materials among the pile. Clearly startled, she stammered, then quickly grabbed the phone. "Please wait just a moment. Sir, There's too much here for me to handle. I'll need to call for assistance. Materials acquisition for levels 6 and 7 of this base, he introduced politely. I'm Jingming, he replied, shaking hands. Mr. Jingming, you're quite impressive, so young. Yet you've already hunted this many mutant beasts. Truly admirable. As for the materials, I'll have my team begin the inventory immediately. In the meantime, would you care to sit down and have a cup of tea? Zhao Yi treated Jingming with the utmost enthusiasm, even gifting him a platinum membership card. With it, he could enjoy a 5% discount on any purchase within the base. For powerful ability users, the supply base always showed great respect, especially for young talents like Jingming, who had already reached the upper level of Tier 2. His potential was immeasurable, and it was crucial to build a good relationship with him. Half an hour later, Mr. Shu, your materials have been fully evaluated, Zhao Yi said, handing over the report. High-grade Tier 2 beast materials, 89 pieces mid-grade, 107 pieces low-grade, 221 pieces. Zhao Yi glanced at the list and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Did this guy just wipe out an entire monster nest or something? The thought made his smile grow even warmer. The total value comes to 24,764,000. We'll round it up to an even 25 million. How does that sound? Mr. Shu? Jingming gave the list a quick glance and nodded. He hadn't expected them to round up like that. Moments later, a notification pinged from his bank app. Jiangxia bank account ending in 7043 received a credit of 25 million. Current balance, 29,123,400. Jingming had gone from just over 4 million to nearly 30 million. He had finally struck it rich. Even his usual calm demeanor couldn't suppress his quickening heartbeat. Manager Zhao, I'll take my leave now. Of course, Mr. Shu, take care, Zhao Yi replied with a warm smile. Just this one transaction alone had earned him nearly 100,000 in commission. Right then, Zhao Yi's phone started ringing. The caller ID flashed. Zhao Chunlin. The moment he picked up, Zhao Chunlin's furious voice exploded through the line. Manager, he's back at the base. That bastard. He's the one who ruined me. You had to help me get revenge. Zhao Yi frowned. You mean that upper tier level 1 kid you told me about before? How do you plan to get your revenge? The man on the other end sat in a wheelchair, his face twisted with rage at the mere mention of Jingming's name. Zhao Zhonglin's eyes burned red with hatred as he growled. I want the Black Tiger Squad to move. I'll make him wish he were dead. Zhao Yi was silent for a moment, thinking it over. Finally, he nodded. Fine. I'll let you borrow the Black Tiger Squad. But after this, we're done. No more ties between us. Understood. Once it's done, I'll leave this city immediately. Zhao Shunlin snapped back. After hanging up, Zhao Yi couldn't shake a deep sense of unease. He couldn't explain why. But something about this didn't feel right, like a bad omen looming just out of sight. Still, he reassured himself that he was overthinking it. After all, the Black Tiger Squad consisted of elite Tier 2 ability users. Taking down a single Tier 1 kid, what could possibly go wrong? After fulfilling Zhao Chunlin's request, Zhao Yi excitedly called the base's chief manager Wang Shan, reporting that he had just discovered a very promising ability user named Jingming, who by himself had brought back more spoils than over a dozen teams combined. There was a brief moment of silence on the other end. Then, as soon as Wang Shan checked the system, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly ordered, "The person you mentioned is extremely important. If he returns, report to me immediately." Zhao Yi froze. He hadn't expected even Wang Shan to react so strongly. It seemed this person was far from ordinary. Luckily, he hadn't shown any disrespect earlier. Otherwise, the consequences might have been disastrous. On the top floor of the primal supply base, in the chief manager's office, Wang Shan's eyes sparkled as he examined the data on his screen. Another disciple of Yang Zhenchen had arrived at his base. He discovered that Jingming was a high-tier level 2 ability user from Mado University of Supernatural Abilities, with talent exceeding even Lu Ming's. Such a formidable individual must never be crossed. At that moment, Jingming had just left the commercial district inside the base. The space rings here sold for over 10 million credits, yet their capacity was barely the size of a suitcase. Jingming sighed at the outrageous price. Still, Space rings were undeniably convenient. It was just a shame they were so far beyond his reach. I wonder how expensive one large enough to store a spear would be. As he walked, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Lu Wentao. He casually answered, and a familiar voice came through the speaker. "Brother Jingming, I finally got through to you. When are you coming back to school?" "Probably in half a month." "What, another half month? Then that bastard Lu Chuji gets to strut around even longer." "You don't know. He's the top scorer from Qinghai province, just enrolled, and acts all high and mighty." On the other end, Lu Wentao kept rambling about everything that had happened at school since Jingming's departure. But suddenly, Jingming stopped mid-step. He had sensed someone tailing him. Still, he remained calm and continued walking forward. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger Squad had been waiting in ambush down a narrow alley. Zhao Qinlin gritted his teeth and barked. "That's your target. Break his arms and legs, then bring him to me." The members of the Black Tiger Squad exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. "Get ready. The target's about to enter the alley." Their captain ordered sternly from behind a nearby building. About 20 meters away, he turned to the woman on his team. "Ha! Ka! Analyze the target's strength." Ka possessed a grade C psychic type ability. Her sensory perception was extremely sharp, and she had detected high-level beasts in the wilderness many times before, allowing her team to avoid disaster. Even though their target this time was supposedly just a high-tier level 1 ability user, they were still careful in their preparations. One of the men scoffed. "Captain, you're being too cautious. It's just some kid at level 1. What danger could he possibly pose?" But right then, Hake gasped softly. His aura, it's terrifyingly strong. "What? What's wrong?" The captain frowned, suddenly uneasy. "See for yourself." Hake forced a smile and shared her sensory projection with the whole team. The captain's expression instantly froze. Within the world of psychic perception, every living being emitted a light representing their power level. From Jingming's tall figure, however, radiated a blazing brilliance, dazzling like a miniature sun amid a sea of faint, flickering lights. The entire Black Tiger Squad was stunned. That aura was 10 times stronger than a high-tier level 2. The captain's eyes widened in shock. He immediately barked an order. "Abort the mission. Fall back now. The intel was wrong. We'll settle this with Zhao Qinlin later." Meanwhile, Jingming stood frozen in the middle of the alley, completely clueless about what was going on. He couldn't understand why this group suddenly decided to retreat on their own. The thunder spear in his hand was already raised and ready if they attacked. He would wipe them all out without hesitation. His gaze turned cold. Back at the supply base, he had already sensed Zhao Qinlin's presence. He hadn't expected the guy to learn nothing from last time and still try to take revenge behind his back. Jingming decided that next time they met, he would make sure to take extra good care of him. At that moment, on the Black Tiger Squad's side, their captain completely lost it. He threw a punch that sent Zhao Qinlin crashing to the ground. Zhao Qinlin clutched his face, staring blankly in confusion. The scarred captain glared down at him, his tone icy and full of rage. "You dare ask why? The target wasn't a high-ranked Tier 1. It was a high-ranked Tier 2. Your intel was a total disaster. Who else should I hit if not you?" Zhao Qinlin's mouth hung open. His mind went blank. Tier 2, high rank? Impossible. It had only been a little over a month. How could that guy have advanced so fast? Whatever the case, the mission was over. The Black Tiger Squad immediately withdrew and headed straight to Chief Zhao Yi's office to report. "So fast? The target's already been handled?" On the 6th floor of the base, in the manager's office, Zhao Yi smiled as he saw the Black Tiger Squad return. The captain, clearly irritated, replied, "Manager Zhao, there's a problem with Zhao Qinlin's intel. The target wasn't Tier 1 high rank, but Tier 2 high rank. Even worse, based on our joint attack assessment and direct observation, his combat power is at least Tier 3. We had no choice but to abort the mission." Zhao Yi was stunned. A Tier 2 high rank with power comparable to Tier 3? Zhao Qinlin, since when did you start provoking people like that? Do you even realize what kind of monster you're dealing with? A faint sense of dread crept into Zhao Yi's chest. He frowned deeply, then asked, Wait a minute. What's the name of this person Zhao Zhonlin tried to mess with? The Black Tiger captain answered, We're not sure of his name, but he's easy to recognize. Around 6'3", strong build, and carries a long spear on his back. Zhao Yi's face instantly drained of color. Oh no, this is bad, really bad. His mind went blank. Could it be Jingming? Clinging to a shred of hope, Zhao Yi hurried to verify the information. After confirming it, he immediately contacted Wang Shen, the base's general manager. But the moment Wang Shen heard the report, his expression darkened like a thundercloud. The aura of a Tier 4 ability user erupted throughout the office, the air growing unbearably heavy. His eyes blazed as he roared. You sent people to assassinate Jingming? Do you have any idea what you've done? As a seasoned man, Zhao Wei sensed something was seriously amiss. The reaction exceeded his expectations. He stammered, Manager Wang, isn't he just a Tier 2 high rank? Is this really worth such anger? Wang Shen slammed the desk, growling through clenched teeth. You blind fool, look closely. He projected a holographic display, revealing Jingming's file. Zhao Yi quickly read the glowing words before him. Jingming, top student of Jiangnan Province, a freshman at Mado Supernatural University, just 18 years old and already at high level 2. He was stunned. Such rapid cultivation was unheard of. And his mentor, Dean Yang Zhen himself? At that moment, Zhao Yi realized he had made a colossal mistake. Wang Shen's voice was cold as ice as he asked, Do you understand now? A man like Yang Zhen, even if he raised this entire supply base to the ground, the nation itself wouldn't dare say a word. Hearing that, Zhao Yi's face turned pale as a sheet. He knew the situation had gone completely off the rails. After hurriedly apologizing and promising to make sure the base wouldn't suffer any repercussions, he ordered his men to drag Zhao Chunlin into Wang Shen's office to face punishment. Zhao Chunlin, now fully aware of how dire his situation was, trembled and begged for forgiveness. Zhao Yi placed a hand on top of his head, his tone slow and deliberate. It seems a few rounds of torture wouldn't even begin to cut it. The ringleader must be made an example of. If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for ramming headfirst into the hardest steel plate imaginable. Then he squeezed hard. With a sickening crack, Zhao Yunlin's head burst apart, blood splattering across the office. When it was over, Zhao Yi lowered his head anxiously, awaiting Wang Shen's judgment. Wang Shen's gaze was as frigid as a winter storm. His deep voice rumbled through the room. Do you really think that's enough? I've ignored your shady dealings for years, but this time, your mistake is far too great. Everyone involved in this mess will face strict punishment, not just you, but the entire Black Tiger squad. Wipe out every trace of connection. At his command, a squad of guards stormed in and dragged Zhao Yi away. Moments later, Wang Shen personally led a team toward the main hall of the base. The sight of such an imposing figure instantly caused a stir. Everyone assumed an important guest must be arriving. Among the gathered crowd was Wang Qian's team. Just then, someone beside her exclaimed in surprise, Wang Qian, look, isn't that the guy from Mado University of Supernatural Abilities? Following her friend's pointing finger, Wang Qian turned. And indeed, Jingming had just stepped into the grand hall, all eyes immediately locked onto him, wasting no time. Wang Shen strode forward quickly and greeted him with deep respect. Mr. Shu, you finally returned. I am the general manager of this base. Wang Chen stood there in shock. So this was the person the senior managers had come out to welcome? It turned out the student she'd met wasn't simple at all. Bowing slightly, Wang Shen continued, regarding Zhao Chunlin's offense against you. Our base takes full responsibility. He's already been executed on the spot, and everyone else involved has been detained. They'll spend the rest of their lives in prison. As an apology, we've prepared a token of compensation. Jingming was slightly surprised, as expected of someone capable of holding a position like general manager, decisive and efficient. Wang Shen produced a gleaming card. This is a black gold premium membership card for the base. You may stay in any residence free of charge, and you'll receive a minimum 20% discount on all purchases. He then presented a small, shimmering rain. In addition, this spatial rain with a storage capacity of 1 cubic meter is also part of our atonement gift. Jingming's eyes widened in delight as he held the glittering rain in his hand. It was exactly what he'd been looking for.